of Smart City Expo Miami. It's an educational event, and we are streaming for more than 6,000 people in 85 countries and 267 cities. I have the honor to have our guest speakers, award-winning speakers, that we are going to have today and tomorrow. On Wednesday, we have the AI Summit for Mayors. And it's very interesting because everybody's talking about AI, but how we are going to use AI. And the Miami-Dade College, the reason that we bring the event to Miami-Dade College is because, first of all, it's the largest college in U.S. According, at least has around 100,000 students. So it's a big college. Beside of that, we have a big educational infrastructure here in South Florida with different universities. So we are bringing everybody together for an educational event. Another important thing is we are doing this event in partnership with the Miami-Dade College. And we are working in terms of bring innovation. And when we talk about innovation, we are bringing the best speakers to present case studies. So we are going to have something really that is going to impact our audience. And we are recording everything. And then we publish, after the event, a magazine. This magazine has all the articles from our speakers. We have also partners. So we have our organization partners, and we have also our community partners, and media partners, of course. Beside of that, our press release show up in more than 2,000 outlets worldwide. It's the largest marketing campaign for one event. And we are talking about sustainability. We need to change things. Our planet is asking for that. And that's why we are going to bring what is the best in terms of new ideas, innovation. We have 6 professors from FIU. We have 4 professors from We have 2 from Harvard. We have CIOs. We have mayors, city managers, CTOs, and of course students. So I appreciate all the support that Miami-Dade County, and then the college, is doing for our event. And I'd like to invite the president to start the event. Thank you. Dr. Beatriz.
Thank you, Bernardo. As he said, I'm Beatriz Gonzalez. I'm president here at Wolfson Campus, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to wonderful Wolfson Campus here at the heart of downtown. It really is wonderful to host you here, and I think it's great that you're having this event here downtown. Why? Because here downtown you experience that cacophony of sights and sounds and smells, and that kind of smash up is really good for coming up with new ideas, kind of those different elements coming into one place. So hopefully it'll be very stimulating for all of you here today. I think the other reason that it's great to have this meeting here downtown Miami is because of what's right in your face when you're here downtown Miami. And the first is the density of people. People everywhere. And the second is the place. We're reminded of the beautiful place that Miami is with its palm trees. You step out on any of these terraces here in this building, take a deep breath, and you can smell the ocean, you can smell the bay. And hopefully those two reminders of people and of place are exactly what thinkers today thinking about smart cities need, because that's I would think what you're doing it for. I think the purpose, if I read correctly, of the organization is to create a better future for citizens, for the community, for cities. And so hopefully this environment will put you right where you need to be in terms of thinking about people and the place where we're at. I'm going to say what I think is an obvious truth. Smart cities require smart people. Smart cities don't happen by accident. It means that we have to learn things. We have to be open to doing things differently. We have to be willing to let some paradigms shift for ourselves. And so again, hopefully today, that can happen, that these things, that smart people will speak to open people, people who are willing to learn, so that we can advance our city, we can advance our communities. And this organization that marries educators with business people is an excellent way to do it. The people in business are already seeing the issues, are already witnessing the problems, are already trying to find those solutions, but seeing the gaps, seeing the holes. So communicating with education, working together is how we're going to advance our cities. It's how we're going to surmount these wicked problems that we face here in Miami and globally. I have been an educator for many, many years, and the other thing that I am is a licensed mental health counselor. And in order to be both of those things, there are two things that I fundamentally believe. The first is that everyone can learn. Everyone can go from here to there. Everyone can learn. And the second thing I believe is that everyone can change. Everyone can do that. Everyone can learn and everyone can change. Our city can change how it does things. But what's necessary to learn? What's necessary to change? Well, as we say in Spanish, las ganas. You have to want to. So everyone can present everything to you as they will today. Today, the list of speakers and topics are truly amazing. I was saying to Antonio Delgado here, who helped put this together, how fascinating these topics are and how much there is to learn from them. But like they say, you can lead a horse to water and you can't make him drink. So what I wish for you all is that the ganas that you have, or you wouldn't be in this room, the desire you have to make change, that you're able to stimulate that in others, that's able to transfer into our students, into our policymakers, and to all the great thinkers that we have here in the city of Miami. So I wish you good luck, you with ganas, that you have a great day and that you're able to infuse your optimism, because that's what it is, your optimism and your knowledge across our community. Thank you for being here and welcome to Wolfson campus.
Okay, so now our guest speaker is Biayna Bogosian. She's an architect and professor of architectural technology at Florida International University. Please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm honored to be here today and also begin this conversation with you. I'm an interdisciplinary researcher. I'm an assistant professor of architectural technology at Florida International University's Department of Architecture. I also have a secondary appointment in FIU Electrical and Computer Engineering with a PhD in Media Arts. So hopefully today what I'll be bringing forward is series of interdisciplinary efforts that are really trying to think about how spatial media, immersive media could allow us to think about maybe environmental data and environmental issues in a slightly different way, with the goal of really creating participation and action going forward. So we are at a really interesting crosspoint. We have already passed global warming to global boiling. So that was a series of titles and newspaper headlines that we saw in the past July as we passed, unfortunately, one of our highest recorded temperature. And I would say that's probably one of our lowest points as civilization. Now, environmental issues are really entangled. They are interconnected. They require tremendous efforts that really go beyond what we perhaps currently have in stake. And what I'm trying to put forward with today's presentation is begin to think about how an existing arsenal in our tool, which is environmental data, could allow us to really begin to think about our issues in a different way. So I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is familiar with the Keeling curve. So the Keeling curve for over 60 years has environmental policy. So this was our first attempt as community to really bring forward science and policy together. So by tremendous effort through Charles David Keeling and a series of scientific advancements that happened at Caltech, it was for us possible to begin to monitor CO2. And what's really fascinating about this curve and all the literature and policy that came as a result of this is for us to really think about long-term monitoring as well as real-time monitoring. So there's quite a lot that we can learn from Keeling curve, and at least for me as an architect, as a designer, as an active citizen, this curve has been used a way for me to start to think about long-term impact of the work that we're doing, but also how we're engaging with our student, specifically in the context of environmental data. So everybody here is also familiar with UN SDGs. This was put forward in 2015 as an attempt, as a plea to gather a lot of like-minded people like what we have in this room to begin to think about larger impact of our environmental issues in terms of poverty, in terms of equity, but also in terms of very specific parameters such as water and other pollutants. And what's exciting about this, also, information visualization has been used in a strategic way for us to really think about how we can create these 17 pleas, the 17 points that could be specific but also interconnected. So I really am fascinated with the way that very simple symbols and colors have been used to try to communicate this with the general public. Communicating science with the general public, specifically in regards to environmental issue, has been something that has been done in the past 50 years through scientists like Carl Sagan or other environmental activists. And ultimately, whenever we're talking about policy, whether it's long-term or short-term, a lot of our conclusion is that we do need to come together. We also need to educate the general public. And as an architect, as somebody who's using computational design and architecture to think about future of environment, for me, really thinking about the role of information representation is very critical. However, what was really put forward in 2022 by David Jensen, who is in charge of data management with some of the UN SDGs, was that currently we only have 40% data available for us to really address UN SDG indicators. That's really, really drastic. So what that means is we're still missing 60% of data. So we can talk about smart cities, we can talk about digital twins, but we have these tremendous data gaps. And these data gaps are taking place in these three main places. So we have lack of coverage, we have lack of timeliness, and lack of stakeholder engagement. So what does this mean? When we're talking about lack of coverage, we have lack of availability of spatial data. What that means is that if I have a weather station in Miami Airport and I'm collecting data, and if I want to do an experiment on FIU campus, I'm not able to truly correlate my information and propose, let's say, a design that's specific to that location. So we're lacking pretty much microclimatic data, right? And in terms of timeliness, this is where the archive comes in, the Keeling curve comes in. We do need to begin to monitor locations not only in different seasons, but throughout different years. So this way we're able to understand trends, we're able to understand correlation. And last one is stakeholder data. And this is in the context of data that might be coming from different citizens, but also different parties, different institutions, different governmental agencies, and different countries, because our issues are absolutely global. So with this in mind, as a designer, often it's very common for me to feel that maybe there's helplessness, or maybe I do need to get into rooms like this where I could start to speak with policymakers, technology innovators, etc., to begin to think about how could we begin to address these gaps. So let's zoom out a little bit and talk about how currently environmental data is being collected. This is a classification that I've put forward with my colleague, Dr. Maider Yaguna and UC Louvain. And for many years, we've used this as a way for us to begin to think about how might we address this gap. So here we're looking at the relationship of sensor to the environment that it's sensing. So in this case, we're looking at relationship between local versus remote and static versus dynamic. And I'm pretty sure other researchers and other scientists might come up with their own classification, but this is what we're actually seeing. And here we're looking at the relationship between spatial and temporal. And as an architect, as a designer, I'm very much interested in spatial temporal resolution and how might also cost of sensing, cost of data collection can play into the pretty much result of the archives that we're creating. So looking at, in this case, the high versus low spatial temporal resolution, for many years, I've really been interested in local mobile sensing. So in this case, we might not be using, let's say, weather station data. So the weather station data is an example of local static sensing. So it's very costly, it needs to be monitored, but we also need to perhaps address the resolution. So if we think about an example of local mobile sensing, this would be an example of our cars, our buildings, maybe how we are typically thinking about smart city, begin to contribute to this. Now, this idea of local mobile sensing is not new. London, as this first industrial city, of course, has dealt with, let's say, air pollution and other environmental pollutants for a very long time. So an experiment by Tony Chandler, who was one of the very well-respected meteorologists, has allowed scientists to attach number of sensors to roaming cars and begin to collect data and begin to think about then relationship of, in this case, spatial temporal data to, in this case, data that they had of the cities. At the same time, since 1957, we have begun to think about how our maps could begin to correlate. So how we can begin to overlay maps of cities in relationship to density, but also topography and topology. So this is not a new practice, and more we're finding better tools as GIS and becoming more participatory, but also data is becoming more open. We begin to create these correlations, and all of that I think is quite fantastic. Now, when we are thinking about environmental awareness to action also, there's many different ways to begin to think about this relationship. So here we're looking at a diagram modified by Heinz, Hungerfeld, and Tumera. And ultimately, when we're talking about relationship between environmental awareness to action, there are a series of elements that are really thinking about the attitude and knowledge, so pretty much education, right? So for us to think about bridging this gap between awareness and action, we do need to invest in education, in this case, environmental education. Environmental education has been indicated by many different survey methods, many different scaling factors. In this case, what I am putting forward, what I'm proposing is the use of spatial media. So this could be immersive media, location-based media, and interactive media as a way of bridging this gap to begin to think about environmental awareness and action, with environmental data being the catalyst that connects all these components together. So as an interdisciplinary researcher, as an architect, as an active citizen, as somebody who's creating immersive media, I've spent the last 10 years thinking about relationship of air pollution data, water pollution data, and other factors to engagement and action. So what I'll be presenting here is a workflow, hopefully the videos will run, that is starting to think about starting from our audience, who are we really trying to address? From citizens to scientists to stakeholders, and begin to think about how data is being collected. So whether data is something that we are participating in collection, whether it's something that we're inheriting as an archive, and start to think about incentivization. So what could be our incentivization mechanisms? From game theory, incentivization could be done through rewards. So this could be monetary reward. We can exchange money or other rewards, let's say with our citizen, others in terms of accessing their data. It could be done through activism. So we know that when there's an activist initiative, people that might be showing up to perhaps do a rally, they might also contribute to data collection. So let's say citizen scientists. It could be also entertainment. So entertainment is an important part that we often do not think about. So there is a reason why and starting to think about ways that we can use entertainment and engagement as part of bringing people together could be a way where we could crack this formula. And at the end of the day, another incentive could be research. So as a researcher, as an academic, as an interested party, I might show up to this initiative, I might participate for research. So these 4 participation incentives are rewards, activism, entertainment, and research. And at the same time, unpacking spatial media as a way for us to begin to integrate GIS, but also real-time and archival data, and create engagement could allow us to then think about how we could bring the community together and allow the participants to provide input and also take away different elements. So what I've done in the past 10 years, try to explore these initiatives in different cities. So what you're looking at on the left side, this was a workshop in Shanghai in 2018, where with students we created series of wearables, series of devices that we can attach to anything from a scooter to a helmet to a drone to a bicycle, for us to then begin to think about data collection. And Shanghai is a very interesting study to explore because for a very long time, they have misreported, in this case, pollution data, et cetera. So really trying to verify, and at the same time, taking that information and put that in augmented reality, virtual reality, and other interactive maps was really interesting. In the second video, you're looking at a video of one of our volunteers biking in Los Angeles on the campus of University of Southern California, where I was doing my PhD, where 2 variables of color temperature and pixelation is being overlaid with video recording. So we're starting to see, as the drone is rising, where the temperature is dropping, but also CO2 levels are dropping. So thinking about rethinking visualization. And the last one, we're looking at an augmented reality mobile app similar to Pokemon Go that incentivized students around University of Southern California to walk around and discover this air pollution sensors and engage with them. So taking that work forward in Miami, I have tried to engage similar tools and similar mechanisms to, in this case, create series of augmented and virtual reality initiatives to not only engage, let's say, a Broward Youth Climate Summit, but also different either demos that we gave in a Save Biscayne Bay event, as well as other initiatives anytime that we are able to present in front of a party. So what I'll do next is, just in a few minutes that I have left, I'll highlight a few of this. So this was an initiative in form of a website that was put together after 2020 fish kill disaster that we had in Biscayne Bay. So we were left with a number of photographs that people were tweeting, that people had, let's say, were beginning to their own data collection. So here we're looking at an instance of data collected by one of FIU Institute of Environment's PhD students, where with a boat they were roaming the bay and collecting different variables. And we thought about, well, what if we put this data together in form of a website with my students in architecture and civil and environmental engineering to then create a website where not only it could show tweets, but also the data that was being collected. And hopefully we can open up this website for others. Or in another example with the project of Water Wand, we're thinking about how citizen participation, when there's, let's say, flooding, right, especially in urban area, we can create a device where it would allow citizens to walk around and place it anywhere in water, and in this case, measure flood height, but also flood levels, and then communicate that to a database. And the last project that I'll share here is an ongoing project called In Deep Water, and with an attempt to put together a lot of these efforts that were conducted by either my team or other researchers at FIU in the form of a traveling augmented reality example. So this video will have audio. Hello. We are, well, in deep water. Could you answer the following question so we learn more about you? Are you curious to see what Miami would look like in the coming decades? If so, then press sea level rise. So here we're looking at NOAA's prediction of what the Biscayne Bay would look like. Level impacts from coastal flooding or sea level rise up to 10 feet above average high tides. Are you curious to see where currently water-related measurements are taking place? If so, then press sensors. Oh good, you just spotted one of FIU's research buoys. Of course, this is an exaggerated scale, but it's important to note that these buoys monitor pH, temperature, conductivity, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, chlorophyll, and other information such as directional flow speed that will be useful for not only scientists but also general public interested in this information. Starting from right to left, look at the image to hear about our community engagement efforts in Miami. Miami, like many other populated and coastal cities, is facing a vast number of immediate and imminent urban environmental issues. These issues are nuanced, rooted in decades of environmental policy and justice failures, and fueled by short-term economic greed. The vastness of urban environmental issues is ultimately creating barriers for citizens and stakeholders to enter these conversations and participate in possible solutions. So with this exhibition, we were able to show this with to 200 people in Los Angeles and Miami. So we're starting with the survey. So really not only familiarizing them with the interface, but really thinking about where they come from. And surveying, as we know, is a powerful tool for us to collect information. So with this, I just wanted to demonstrate as something that we could use as an open platform. So this is using a technology that in real time is connecting to sensors, etc. So hopefully when we are starting to think about digital twins, these are not just somebody with a computer sitting in a corner, but we can start to think about how opening this up to the public would allow us to have better information. And I want to close this with this project. This is a collaboration with FIU Department of Modern Linguistics, and this was a grant that allowed us to create a web virtual reality platform that we were able to test with 1,200 students in Miami and North Africa. So really thinking about power of these immersive media and virtual learning tools as we are building on these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Biayna. Our next speaker is Schneider. She's a meteorologist, author, founder of Weather and Wellness. Welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's great to see everyone. All right, well, let's see. Okay. First of all, just to give you a little bit about my background. As Bernardo said, I primarily, my career has been as a meteorologist on television, most recently at MSNBC, prior to that at the Weather Channel, and for about a decade at CNN and HLN in Atlanta. But I just recently, over the past year, moved from New York to Boca Raton, Florida, where I live now, and I know like many people. And now I am working for a tech company called TechStrong, the TechStrong Group, and I'm interviewing thought leaders in sustainable software. I'm also the author of 2 books. The most recent one came out last year called Taking the Heat: How Climate Change is Affecting Your Mind, Body, and Spirit, and What You Can Do About It. And that was published by Simon & Schuster. That book delves into the profound impacts of climate change on our daily lives and our well-being. And then exactly 10 years before my last book came out, it's funny, I didn't know I'd be writing 2 books. I thought I would write one, but this climate change issue just became so pressing, I decided to write this book. But 10 years before that, I wrote a book called Extreme Weather that was published by Macmillan, and that one was all about how to survive all types of dangerous weather events. And as we all know, due to climate change, we're seeing a more intense and a more frequent events like that. So that was the impetus for the second book. For Weather and Wellness, that's a platform that explores the connection between climate change and health. And these experiences that I just mentioned have all given me a comprehensive understanding of weather patterns, climate change, technological innovations, and of course, their broader societal innovations. All right, so today my talk is called Climate, Health, and Circuitry, the Triad of Urban Resilience, and how they all work together. This presentation aims to shed light on the challenges and solutions shaping our urban environments in the face of climate change, and also offer insights on how we can all work together to build a more sustainable future. So to embark on this exploration, I want to start off with the immediate challenges that are posed by climate change to our urban areas. And it's interesting because this is an audience that I would imagine knows almost all of this already, but I found myself talking about this to many people who are saying that they live in places where they didn't think climate change would affect them, and then suddenly it is. Now, here in Miami, we're known to be an area that's really, some people even say it's the bellwether for the country, where people are experiencing climate change first here. So it's no surprise, but just this summer in Miami, we had an extremely hot summer, as you all know, but we experienced 46 consecutive days where the temperature exceeded 100 degrees. So if you are a longtime Miami resident and you're thinking, you know, it really does feel like it's getting hotter here, you're right, it is. One of the other threats I want to talk about when it comes to urban resilience and what we're facing is that we are looking at elevated temperatures that are causing more intense weather, as I mentioned, but infrastructure being at risk. And the latest stats have us potentially at $1 trillion in damages by 2040. So that is serious. Recognizing the magnitude of this challenge is crucial as we delve deeper into the health implications and the role of technology in addressing these challenges. So my book, as I mentioned, really took a deep dive into how climate change affects mental and physical health. I divided the book into 10 chapters, and 5 each cover all aspects of that. And as I was researching it, I was really struck by how little I was aware of. One thing the doctors told me, that climate change is affecting people's health right now, and it's also affecting their mental health in a very strong way, particularly for younger people that are in that Gen Z generation. I'll talk about that in a moment. But we're witnessing an undeniable change. We're seeing the heat waves becoming more frequent and intense. This poses obvious but also inobvious threats to people's health that a lot of people don't notice, especially when it's cumulative and we have those consecutive days of not just hot weather during the day, but one of the most detrimental things to our health are hot temperatures that don't cool down at night. And according to weather records, we're seeing, unfortunately, in many cities across the country, that lack of overnight cooling. So some of the health effects that we see and are intensified in cities are heat stroke, getting extreme heat exacerbating existing health issues, respiratory conditions, and of course the spread of vector-borne diseases. We're seeing Lyme disease areas, people that live at much further northern latitudes that didn't think they would have to worry about Lyme disease are. Zika virus, of course, down here, something that people monitor. A lot of these are all related to when we have hotter weather for longer periods of time, and also shorter winters further to the north as well. Air quality, of course, is a significant concern. Pollution combined with rising temperatures leads to ground level ozone, something we have to deal with. But for those that are elderly or young children, it could be a very serious issue. Now I want to kind of get into the mental health repercussions. How many of you, just by show of hands in the audience, are aware of the climate change impacts on mental health, or have talked about it or heard about it? So that's about most of the audience. It's interesting, when I first started writing my book, a lot of people were unaware when I asked that question. I think it's starting to become more aware now. But what's happening is that we're getting places, well, there's two different things. As a meteorologist, I can tell you, we're seeing highly populated areas, maybe areas that didn't typically get certain types of extreme weather events, are getting them more often. They're coming earlier, they're coming later, they're more intense, and then they're just happening over and over again. And it seems to be the reality that a lot of people are facing when they're seeing that. Now, there is a mental health side to that. If you're living in an area like in California where you're hit by wildfire after wildfire, there is a mental health stress impact. It could even go as far as PTSD. We saw that with hurricanes. I did research on Hurricane Katrina, which I covered for CNN, and even 2 decades later, there are still people that are facing PTSD from it. I still have one woman that I interviewed for my book who had to evacuate and her home flooded, and she still writes me every time there's a hurricane warning for Louisiana because she's still so frightened about what happened. Another issue with climate change is displacement, when people have to be forced out of their homes due to, there's a term called climate migrants. You may have heard of that. That's something that's becoming more abundant across the world. And that, of course, really can lead to some serious problems, especially for children. And we saw that with Hurricane Maria more recently, leading to feelings of depression and a lack of sense of belonging. And then going back to eco-anxiety, which is a fairly new term, very, very prominent with Gen Z. You know, there was a study in over 10 countries, over 10,000 young people from 16 to 25, and 75% of them said that they had anxiety over climate change. It's incredible. Now, if you go up to the age groups, to older generations, that number dwindles. But for the younger people and the millennials, it's a very serious issue that affects their thoughts. I interviewed a lot of them for my book. For the people that live in the cities, unfortunately, we have the urban heat island effect, which most are aware of. I grew up in New York, and I knew that, of course, the city is hotter than the suburbs. But what I didn't realize is how much hotter. I mean, it can be 20 degrees difference just by 10 miles or less. So suburban areas and rural areas are much cooler, having that lack of greenery, having the materials like asphalt and concrete that don't absorb water. All of that can make a difference. And of course, we also have the design, which many of you work in this field that are in the audience, but the design of our cities compounding the issue of heat as buildings block wind flow, impeding natural cooling. And I mentioned that this is, again, a serious issue for health, particularly at night when we don't have that overnight cooling in cities. We have hotter street level temperatures, and the heat just does not get redistributed back, so we maintain the heat throughout the 24-hour period. Well, as we've seen, the challenges that we're facing are multifaceted, but with challenges come opportunities. And in my most recent position, now focused in technology, it's interesting how it all comes together, but technology is obviously key in shaping resilient cities. One of the biggest things where everyone's talking about, obviously, is AI. But in terms of AI with healthcare, it's interesting because so many more people are going to be able to get diagnosed and reached and assess their situation through AI and through machine learning. And we're expecting, the latest statistics have a savings of $150 billion annually for the U.S. in healthcare by 2026. Hopefully that is going to be the case. Cybersecurity keeps coming up all the time. We just had a recent cybersecurity attack in Las Vegas at the MGM hotels I just read about. But it's an ongoing thing, particularly as we face our smart grid and we're looking towards more renewable energy, I interview cybersecurity experts from all over the world now for my current job. And they all say the same thing, that even as we switch to renewable energy, with the increase in these extreme weather events, that poses greater risk for cyber attacks. So cybersecurity is going to be something we'll be talking about even more going forward. And of course, our smart grids, which is why we're here today, to reduce urban energy consumption up to 30% or greater. And we're seeing incredible strides with that being made already here, like in cities like Miami as well. Also mentioning the Internet of Things, offering another avenue. The earlier speaker mentioned that as well, getting real-time data and how valuable that is. Monitoring environmental conditions real-time can make a difference. I've been doing TV weather for 2 decades, and I can tell you that that switch of getting that real-time data from a street lamp, someone's car, just getting those precise markings of measure of temperature, humidity, sky cover, things like that, it can make a huge difference in forecasting. So that Internet of Things has really been a game changer. For infrastructure, we all talk about green roofs and permeable pavements. I mentioned that earlier, but that's a huge part of keeping our cities more resilient and managing the urban heat island effect as well. So as we harness these technological solutions, it's clear that the path forward isn't just about mitigating the effects of climate change. It's about envisioning and creating an urban environment that's sustainable, resilient, and conducive to the well-being of their inhabitants. Well-being is very, very important, and I think sometimes it's overlooked. I think everyone's running around and stressed and in the city life in general, but when you add the risks of climate change, prolonged heat, taking care of well-being is important, and technology is going to be a big factor in that going forward. And just to offer some solutions, finally, I want to point out that holistic planning, as I mentioned, is important. So that means integrating tech, health, and the environment, and kind of bringing them all together. As I mentioned, that's an important factor as well. Holistic planning really refers to the cornerstone of creating cities that are prepared for challenges like climate change, integrating technology and health, of course, into every facet of urban development. And I don't know how many of you work in ESG, probably some people here do, but there's going to be a lot more coming down the pike in terms of companies needing to report their carbon emissions. It's happening in Europe already, and here too. But as I've been covering it, a lot of the companies I interview are based in the UK or Germany and France, and they're talking about keeping much more track of those emissions and how they're handling reducing their carbon footprint. But data-driven governance is at the heart of the future-ready cities, and it signifies that shift towards using data as a primary tool for decision making. In order to gain insights, and it will also help, of course, community managers and city managers make proactive decisions. And finally, as so many of us are here, and I've already met people from all over the world in Portugal, and everyone's come in from so far, this is a wonderful opportunity for the last point of my presentation, which is global collaboration, which is imperative for the success of future-ready cities. Urban challenges are not confined by geographical boundaries, as we know, so cities worldwide do face similar issues despite where they're located due to climate change and health. So collaboration at a global scale allows us to come up with innovative solutions, best practices, and experiences. And I believe that this opportunity here that Bernardo has brought us all together for is an opportunity to do that collaboration. So I'm looking forward to talking to everyone here and getting to know you. And here's my contact information. If anyone wants to reach out to me, please do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Bonnie. Now our speaker is Caroline Lewis. She's the founder and senior advisor for the CLEO Institute. And she's going to present. The CLEO Institute has an interesting operation here in Florida about climate. So welcome.
I think we should give him a round of applause. What one man could do, bringing together all of us. Thank you so much. My name is Caroline Lewis. I was born and raised in Port of Spain, Trinidad. And if you told me when I was a barefoot street urchin in Trinidad eating mangoes and guavas and tamarind for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that I would be up here speaking about smart cities and whatever I'm doing, I wouldn't believe you. I was supposed to be a doctor. My family, I was good in the sciences. I got a lot of scholarships to college and good stuff. And a bright girl like you must be a doctor. I'm going, but I want to be a teacher. They go, oh no, 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 you cannot be a teacher. And I was very depressed. I was like 18, 19. And understand, I'm in Trinidad, and they're flying us to Toronto for school, for college. And they sent us in September, and we didn't come home till May. So my mom did something like intervention for alcoholics. She had every member of the family who was a doctor call me up and tell me why I should be a doctor. So I'm on the plane, 18 years old, going to Canada, back to finish my Bachelor of Science. I was pre-med. And I'm like going, we didn't have cell phones back then. I'm dating myself. I'm going, they'll never know. I'm going to change my major to education. You see, I had a couple teachers that really lit a fire in me. And I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to influence others and to be influenced by learning. And so I defied my family and I became a teacher. And you fast forward in my legacy as a teacher, as a school principal, as a program creator, and now as a founder and senior advisor at the CLEO Institute, trying to build climate leadership in every one of us, top down, bottom up. It's really been a rewarding profession. My brother is a doctor. He's richer, but I'm more fulfilled. Let's just say. And so part of why I really want to tell that education story is because I think each of us is an educator. Because the best definition of education I ever heard came from William Butler Yeats. He was a poet, writer, author from Ireland. And he said that education is not the filling of a pail, it is the lighting of a fire. And I'm like, yeah, I want to be an arsonist. I want to light fires in the hearts and minds of people. And so when Bernardo reached out to ask me to speak here, I said, yeah, let me go see if I could inspire all these good people who are working on smart cities, because a smart city is a climate-ready city, right? And that's what CLEO is all about. We want everybody in the world to make climate a front and center part of how they approach their jobs, whatever their job is. And some of you in here have just started your journey in smart cities, and some of you are seasoned warriors, and some of you are somewhere in between. And I don't care. I think every one of us has something to contribute to what's going on with planning for future cities. I have been doing this climate work non-stop since 2010, and I have to tell you, it gets annoying when people say to me, well, I'm not worried, because I live in London on high ground and I'm not going to be affected. And I said, well, if you think you're so happy and safe there, the one thing I'll tell you is we're all coming. We're all going to be moving to places that are safer and less threatening. So as you design smart cities, remember, it's not just smart cities in failing, vulnerable places like Miami. It's smart cities in inland Asheville, North Carolina. It's inland cities in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. So the whole idea of smart cities is for vulnerable cities like Miami and Fort Lauderdale, yes, but also for future cities where all the climate refugees, which we will become, need to move to. So I'm going to urge you to see your journey as a smart city planner or contributor as one that's really accepting of the climate science that's so urgent. And if you aren't scared out of your mind, then you're not paying attention to the data. I'm going to ask you to rate yourself in two ways. One, on your knowledge. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you know about the climate science and the impacts? So 1 would be, I know nothing. I know people like Caroline Lewis are freaked out, but I don't know why. A 10 is, I know everything. I'm a published climate scientist, and I work in climate justice, and I understand the impacts are unequally felt, and I am fighting tooth and nail. Where are you on a scale of 1 to 10 with respect to your knowledge of the science and impacts of climate? Yell out the number. 7, 8, 6, 10. You're my man. Who said 10? Yeah. Take you out for a drink later, or several drinks. I'm about a 6.5. And I've been doing this for years. And the reason I'm a 6.5, maybe a 7, is because I know how much I don't know. So the message on that scale is for you to keep studying, to read the articles, to understand what's happening in Antarctica now, what's happening with all these heat studies, what's happening when we talk about Biscayne Bay and trying to keep it, and the Everglades and trying to keep it, and why this is important. So with your circle of concern, it's your journey of learning. And from that journey of learning, as you learn more, you shape your concern. You understand why you were worried and what you were worried about. Second scale, engagement on the climate issue. How engaged are you in spreading information about the climate crisis? On a scale of 1 to 10. 1 is, I don't talk to anybody. I am an island. Leave me alone. A 10 is, I don't shut up about this thing. My family can't stand me. I have nowhere to go for Thanksgiving. Where are you with your climate engagement? 7. 7? 4. Open up that mouth of yours. I know there are some zeros and ones in here who are like, I can't talk to my family about this, but I care. Really and truly, your engagement is your influence. So if you're not engaging, you're not influencing. Now take those two scales on knowledge and concern and on engagement and influence. And let's turn those into the circles that can help us run our lives. We have circles of concern on several issues, and we have circles of influence. With respect to the climate crisis, my circle of concern, because I was studying up and I was meeting with the climate scientists, my circle of concern became so huge. I had to do something about it because I was in climate grief. I still am. And every morning I wake up and should I stay in bed and just rock myself back to sleep? Or should I get up and fight another day and give people hope that smart cities are being planned and we will be okay? So what happened when my circle of concern on climate became too big for my head? I shifted my circle of influence. What can I do to combat this concern I have? And my answer was to create the CLEO Institute. It's a non-profit that works here. You should check out our website. And you should also come to our events. We have something happening at Vizcaya on Wednesday. Come, it's a couple hours. It's good, deep thinking and solution-orientedness. We'd love to have you. So I'm asking each of you to work on your circles of concern, to study up on the science, to know what good people are doing and what best ideas are out there, and to take that concern and that understanding of what needs to be done and do it. Use your power to influence change, every bit of it. And do not underestimate your power to influence change. You're in a meeting. They don't know who you are. They're talking about smart cities. They're not talking about things that you know are important. Like, can we have solar panels on the parking lots that we're designing? Like, do we have misting stations and hydration stations on the pathway to our buildings. Like every single thing you can do, like procedural justice. I love that one. I'm a big climate justice nut because I see the inequity in how climate disruptions are affecting us, the haves and the have-nots. And procedural justice simply says nothing for us without us. So don't go coming into my Little Haiti community or my Liberty City community or my Hialeah and telling me what you're going to do to make us resilient. We want to be at the table. We want to co-create the solutions with you. And that procedural justice is something that will serve you well in building smart cities. Because you're not coming in with all your great information that you have learned from your college classrooms and the conversations you've had. You are getting information straight from the people. And that's what we need a whole lot more of. So I want to help Bernardo close your gap because I know that you were running overtime. So I'm going to just speed up. The other thing is I left my speech in the car. So, but I have pictures of it and I know what I want to say. I want to tell you that being concerned about an issue is good. Understanding why you're concerned and studying up and learning more about the situation is imperative. But if all you do is know and not do anything about it, then you're not playing in my field. Because people like me believe that people like you have tremendous power to influence change, more than you will ever know. So I want you, as you grow your learning and you grow your circles of concern, you do the same thing on your circles of influence. What can you say, do, promote? What can you do to wake up the sleeping giants that are the developers, the city planners, the government elected people? We call them sleeping giants. Because if they want our applause and if they want our support, they have to play our way. At the CLEO Institute, we do an annual celebration, and every year we induct 5, 6, 10 people into what we call our CLEO Leadership Circle. Prestigious. Today, I induct Bernardo Scheinkman into the CLEO Leadership Circle. Yay! And we induct people like mayors who are doing a lot, frontline community members who are advocating in their best interest, and everybody in between. I remember one event where we inducted 2 mayors and several other people. One mayor in the room came up to me afterwards, and he goes, "Caroline, how come I wasn't inducted?" And I said, "Mr. Mayor, what have you done?" And he goes, "But we have a LEED certified green building." I said, "Who doesn't?" I said, "Get out there and do more. And as you do more, keep talking about me, because there is a spot on the leadership circle for you." And I leave every one of you with that thought. There is a spot in the leadership circle of smart cities with your name on it. Take a big bite out of it and don't stop chewing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. Now our speaker comes from Portugal, Lisbon, Martina Frattura. Of course, she speaks Portuguese like myself. I'm from Brazil. And we speak different kind of Portuguese, but it's the same origin. And she's the head of the beauty movement. Welcome, Martina.
Can I turn this on? You let me know if yeah. Thank you. 5:30 a.m. Adriatic Sea, east coast of Italy. Since the very first encounter I had with environmental psychology, one question stayed there with me. Is our mind able to restaurate just in the presence of natural elements? 90% of our time are spent indoors. And this is the data that, especially recently, it has been used over and over in various researchers who are trying to bridge the gap between how nature resonates with us and what artificial environments should take from this relationship. Truth to be told, if we think about this space, when we think about indoors, contemplation won't be exactly the first thing that come up to your mind, which instead something we can relate to when we think about nature. But what about this? So, this is Martina Frattura. I'm an architectural lighting designer, independent researcher, and head of a think tank called the Beauty Movement. And I'm particularly interested into how artificial environments nudges us towards certain emotion, and specifically how light can help in this equation. Key to this, and key to the question actually, as before, is what is called soft fascination. In environmental psychology, soft fascination is one of the 4 characteristics that an environment can help to aid a restoration in a fatigued mind. It could be an object, it could be a space that actually captivates our attention in an effortless way, so without depleting our mental resources. So once again, is that so? Is only possible in presence of natural environments? We are Smart City Expo. We need to understand, my goal was, is it possible to have built environments that actually provides this soft fascination happening as well? And can light be the stimulus which nudges in that direction? In order to do that, 6 years ago, I started a research project called Beautiful Light. And I needed to understand first if soft fascination that could happen indoors. To do so, I needed a probe. And I chose beauty. Semantically, beauty and fascination have a lot in common. Therefore, I thought to go around 10 different countries because of actual beauty conditions. The conditions of beauty, the way, at least the ones we are most used to, are climate, culture, society, religion, gender. So I thought, well, I will pick 10 countries in 10 different latitudes. Well, 10 cities in 10 countries in 10 different latitudes. And I would ask to over 200 volunteers from 20 to 40 years old what I thought it was a very simple question. Where do you see the beauty? I asked them also to spend half an hour with me for an attention test. In fact, soft fascination is usually and has been linked to attention restoration because of what is the selective attention process we have. It could be both bottom up, involuntarily, and top down, voluntarily, type of attention activation. So I wanted to address both of this in my test. First, I would have asked them to look at the participant, 2 images I pre-selected for them. Then to do what it was called the fast recall test, where 10 letters would appear, disappear on the screen, and they would have typed back the one that they recalled. But then I even asked them to bring along with them whatever it was back at that time what fascinated them. Their own beauty emblem, an object, a picture, even a person sometimes, whatever they could be looking at for 5 minutes in a row. All of this while they were recorded in terms of brain power with a EEG wireless headset, and their skin conduction through a wireless GSR device. Together with Professor Eduardo Gonzalez, data analyst Massimiliano Mancini-Tortora, and scientist Natalia Olszewska, what we did was to address the latest environmental psychology studies and to focus on specific biometrics for our analysis and discussion, which is asymmetry in terms of alpha and beta power, which means how one hemisphere, the right hemisphere, can be engaged more compared to the left hemisphere, and skin conduction as a stressor indicator. Why so? Because while alpha and temporal, frontal alpha power and galvanic skin response are usually indicators of the parasympathetic system activation, and beta power is an indicator of attention restoration activation. We thought that maybe this was the way that we could see and look at if beauty could be the way how to have this and soft fascination indoors. Evidence had shown no indication for frontal alpha and galvanic skin response, which we could translate into in a way that so there was no emotional values relation with the presence of beauty, of subjective idea of beauty in front of you. But the evidence was great in terms of beta power. So there was an evidence that was an attention restoration going on and occurring when we were actually looking at something we consider beautiful. This for me was already the greatest achievement. We could be engaging in what is the process of soft fascination in built environment, with no presence of natural elements, in non-natural environments. So is that so? For some reason, I was not ready to live back beauty yet.
Most people
this video would
not want to live in that world.
I will let it go again.
If you had to imagine a world where there was no beauty, most people would not want to live in that world.
He is Professor Anjan Chatterjee, neuroscientist from Pennsylvania University. He is part of what is called the Beauty Movement think tank. And this is part of a video documentary we created as a first product of the think tank, released at the beginning of this year in January. Beauty maybe is not just a problem for soft fascination, and especially maybe is not just something that was not just a method or a way or something that we would use, or that something that we expected to just be happening in front of us. But it has to do way more with lighting than what we expect. In fact, we might know by now that our brain, one of the greatest characteristics of our brain is the plasticity. But we might know instead that one of the characteristics of our mind is the permeability, and both light and beauty are key to this. In fact, as I will continue with a beautiful light research, we're trying to understand which are the characteristics that light should have in terms of light spectrum and light direction in order to nudge us and help with the soft fascination processing. Beauty, it's something that actually reflects our needs. So we talked, all the amazing talks we had so far, we have been having so far today, they talked about engagement. They talk about how we should be aware and conscious on what we do and with the condition that our world is facing at the moment. Beauty it puts us in connection with our own inner world in order to be differently open to the rest outside of us. Why I say so? Because if beauty reflects what it's serving us at that moment, we are actually able to see beauty and feel the pleasantness of this in everything we see in front of us in the actual moment of searching for it. So, as a designer, I realized that my duty was not only to use aesthetic experience as a prop for my and as a method for my researchers, but also to engage the community in a direct way, to still and keep on having this reflective moment. And the reason why was that with my research, actually, I was already struck by the fact that people, the moment they were looking at something they were considered beautiful, the moment they were talking about their beauty emblem, they were changing body language, they were changing behavior, they were changing attitude, they were more positive, and they felt more secure. They could establish even a more intimate relationship with me, even though I was a stranger to them. So this, what you're looking at, is an upcoming project that is going to be realized in the north of Italy, specifically in Genoa, through the Genoa municipality and association called Condiviso, under the bigger umbrella called Lighting for Genoa. This is going to be one of the squares of the town, and the idea is to engage the locals as well as the tourists to have a reflective moment and to ask themselves this very simple question that actually reveals what is your needs at this very moment, which is exactly the same one I'm asking you right now. Where do you see beauty? Thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Martina. Now we have our friend Jonathan Raton, our keynote speaker from this morning. Jonathan started all the history about smart city as a CIO of Palo Alto. And during the years, he developed his educational process as a professor and publishing books. He's the author of 6 books right now. And welcome, my friend.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, oh no. Yes, hello. Can you hear this? Yes, there we go. Excellent. Thank you so much, Bernardo. And there we go. Great to be here, and wonderful to see the 6,000 people who are online right now, apparently. Okay, good. It's like a few talks into the morning. Everybody's here sort of relaxing, having a bit of a nap, you know, maybe catching up. So let's get some get some air to the brain. So could I ask you to stand up, just, humor me. By the way, I do this for my entertainment, not for yours, right? I just like stretch out your arms like this to the side, rotate them a little bit just for a second. Look at that. That looks amazing. Look at everybody. Wow. Okay. And now you can stop that for a second. Put your hands in front of you a little bit, not down yet. Okay. Just kind of rotate them. There you go. Feel a little better. Okay. Put your hand beside your. It's like Simon Says, right? And then just before you sit down, let's take a breath of air, like a deep breath, and hold it for just about 3 seconds. Not too long. Don't want anyone to collapse, right? And then let it go very, very, very slowly. We'll do it one more time because I felt that actually. I don't know if you felt it too, right? Okay. And then let it go. Okay, great. And now you can sit down. Now you can relax and start texting again and surfing Twitter and all that. So, okay. I bet you feel better. I bet you feel a little bit refreshed. Your brain's a little bit stronger, more sharper now. So thanks for humoring me. I don't know what it looked like for you, but it looked hilarious for me being up here. So I'm delighted to be with you for just a little bit of time. Great to see some terrific friends. Thank you, Bernardo, again. Great to be back in Miami. My adventure in the United States started in Miami, actually, about 28 years ago. I'm an immigrant. And I have lived the American dream for the last 28 years, and it's only getting started. So I'm thrilled to be back in my own stomping ground. It's been lovely listening to these presentations. So great, so interesting, so on point, so timely. And I love the fact that data is such a big thread throughout because, hey, look, I'm going to talk about data. I got to tell you a quick story. I can tell you a series of stories here. I was asked to write a book about data about 2 years ago, and I was told that data is the most important asset in every single organization. Data is the new oil. I was told all these things, and you know, as a sort of a scientist, person who kind of believes in evidence-based decision making and evidence in general, I wanted to test this myself. And so the fact that I had to write a book, I had to find this out, I had to be confident. I spent about a year researching it, and yes, I came to the same conclusion. I came to the conclusion that data is the most important asset in every single organization. So it doesn't matter if you run a city or a university or college or a research lab or whatever it is that you do. I'm going to tell you, if you haven't realized, that data is the most important asset in your organization. Now, you're here at a Smart Cities conference, so I want to talk about roads. If roads don't get you excited, you're at the wrong conference. Okay? Because cities have a lot of roads, right? It's all about the, like 13 years ago, I knew very little about cities. Came from the private sector. I was invited to be a leader at a city over in Silicon Valley. And it was fascinating. I spent about 7 years there, really good time. I think we moved the needle a tiny bit. And I didn't realize how important roads were. One of the things I discovered was that roads have ratings from 0 to 100. They have the pavement condition index. And you can see this road doesn't look so good, right? And I tell you something, you know, if you want to know what your community thinks, just ask them. But they will tell you anyway. You know, your community members will tell you, the roads are terrible. You need to fix the roads. This is a road. Yeah, I don't know how you would rate it because it's from 0 to 100. 100 being perfect, 0 being just a dirt road. So this is what do you say? 50, maybe 45, something like that. And you know, cities have to evaluate the quality of all their roads, and they have to make decisions based on which roads to repair first. How do you prioritize the condition of your different roads? Well, I was in the city of Palo Alto in California, and the mayor came to me and said, Jonathan, every year or every couple of years, we have to make decisions about which roads to fix, which ones to improve. You know, the roads look like this. And what we do is we give the community and the different decision makers, the other council members, reams and reams of paper like this or just a database, and we say, hey, take a look at this and tell us which ones to prioritize. Now you can see on the right-hand side, they're scored, right? These are good roads, right? 71, 89, 78. But there's pages and pages and pages like this. He said, can we find a better way to do this? How can we make decisions in a better way? That was the question that the mayor asked me to try to solve. So in the spirit of Silicon Valley, I got a napkin, because that's how we do business. That's how we create businesses. I got a napkin, and I drew what I thought would be the solution to this problem. And this, by the way, this is the actual drawing on a napkin that I did at a bar somewhere in Silicon Valley late at night. With other people. I wasn't alone doing that. There's people around me. And so you can see you've got your sort of search box, a little picture, the ability to upload pictures. So if you're a community member and you want to point out how bad your road is, you get the chance to upload your picture too. Now, whenever someone would see something like this, what they would say would be, this is going to be expensive to build, and it's going to take a long time. Right? Those are the two things you hear every single time you have a new idea in a city. It's going to take a long time, it's going to be very expensive. Those are two among lots of things you hear in cities when people push back on innovation, push back on ideas, push back on progress, right? Well, I was hired to think different, or to help my team think differently, with a background and and an experience in innovation, that is all about thinking differently, as Steve Jobs from Apple said. You've got to think differently. So I thought about, what are the assets that we have in our community? Well, one of the things we have this little university up the street called Stanford University. Has a pretty good computer science school, I believe. I'm told, right? Yeah, I'm told it's pretty good. And so one weekend I go up to Stanford University with a couple of my colleagues, and I brought the mayor with me. Little tip for you, bring the mayor. People listen when you have the mayor with you, it's really good. So I go up to Stanford on the weekend where there's students programming for the weekend, having fun as they do. And I said, and the mayor said with me, he said, if we give you the data, can you build that? And they were like, for you, for the mayor, for pizza and Coca-Cola, we will do it. And so over 48 hours from Saturday to Sunday, they worked on this problem. We gave them data, they built the interface, and on Sunday evening, they produced a fully functioning solution for us, right? This is the actual picture. How did we get the picture of every single street in Palo Alto over the weekend? Our Google friends did it for us, right? Google provides every picture of every street in America and pretty much around the world now for free. In fact, they even provide pictures underneath the water and inside buildings. It's kind of cool. And with a little interface, a little bit of code, you can pull that in and use that for your application. It didn't take a lot of time. It took 48 hours to build this. And it didn't cost us any money other than a few pizzas. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that this is the way we're going to innovate and build cities in the future. But I'm suggesting two big ideas here. One is that actually three, in fact, now that I think it. The first one is there are different ways to do things. That if somebody says, we can't do that because, well, the answer for me always is why not? How could we do it, right? I guess there is only 2 points here. So the question is, we could do things differently, proved we could do it differently. Everybody said no for years and years and years, and in 48 hours we did it. And the second thing is, this is the real takeaway for this presentation, is that fundamental to this solution was just the data. The interface is easy. That thing that looks nice, that's easy. What's really hard is having good quality data. Once you have the data, you can build a solution on top of it. Data provides a solution for a lot of issues. Now our community, well, this is now, by the way, this is like 13 years ago, just to give you an idea. This isn't, somebody said to me when I was presenting this somewhere, like in the last few months, they said, this doesn't seem particularly profound, if you did it a few weeks ago. I said, this was 13 years ago. I should say that right at the beginning. Okay. And so I realized very early on in my time with the city that data was going to play a big part. If we were going to solve big problems, if we were going to think differently, we'd have to use data. So we actually made data open by default. We said the real way to help solve or to add to our solution building here is to co-create with our community. And so it wasn't just this idea that would last my tenure so that when I left nobody would care. We codified it. We made it open data by default. And here is the actual meeting with the actual proclamation that the mayor made to our community, which is still in effect today. In fact, unless they repeal it or something, will be in effect for years and years. Now, this is not so unusual. Today, quite a few cities make their data open to everybody by default. That means, what does that mean? That means that when you collect data as a city, because you do, when you use it, when you store it, it then becomes available to anyone who wants it. Anybody, any innovator in the community, in the region, in the country, in the world, who wants to create amazing solutions for our communities can do it. Now, you might be thinking, for example, wait a minute, what about security? What about privacy, right? Yeah, okay, we absolutely respect that, and we're not going to make regulated or private information open, right? And there's a process for that. But here's something I discovered when I worked for a city for almost a decade. Excuse me, and I'm going through puberty apparently. My voice broke when I came to Miami in 2023. What is it? Oh yes, I discovered that most data is not private in cities, right? This may be a revelation to a lot of you. It's well over maybe 95% of all data is available to everybody. So we only need to seriously focus on that small percentage, and that's what we want to do. We want to focus on that percentage. I'll share with you a couple of other ideas before I get into the principles beneath this. Again, going back a few years, we created and made available to the community an app for, it's a 311 app to enable people to report issues. So on your phone, if you saw trash, you could take a photograph and it would go to City Hall, and then we'd assign somebody to take care of it, and then we'd report back to you that we did it, and then you'd rate our service, holding us accountable, right? And graffiti and bicycles and crime and all sorts of things. And again, today, this is quite common. There's one in Miami. There's one in every city in Florida and around the country. So nothing particularly new here. But there's something that I thought about. I said, you know what? We're collecting an enormous amount of data. What can we do with this data? How can we look at the city completely differently? Because every time somebody reports an issue, we're learning something. But the truth is, a lot of people deploy a 311 app here and they don't do anything with it after the initial use, the secondary, the subsequent uses. So we took that data and mapped it in near real time against a map of the city so that now people could see what was happening at any point in time in the community. The city was around for well over 100 years. Palo Alto is a century or more old. And this is the first time in 2014, 100 years later, that the actual city leaders could know what was happening in the city at any point in time. Now, we didn't break, science here. We didn't, this is not like the most genius thing in the world. We just combined a few ideas here and made something happen. We took data that we were collecting and we made it available in real time. Here you can see an actual picture. In fact, this is live today, apparently, unless they've taken it down today. Last week it was up. You can go in and see what's happening in the city of Palo Alto right now. Click on any one of these heat map areas, and you'll see that there are issues. Now, it's kind of cool because if there's a lot of issues reported in a certain area, now you can look at it and you can say, well, maybe something's happening there. Maybe there's something that if we get to the bottom of it, we can stop it from happening, right? That's how you make policy. That's how you make really good decisions in government, not based on anecdotes or gut feeling, but on data-driven, on evidence-based data, evidence-based decision-making. That's how we're going to change our communities and build smarter communities, when people have the insight to be able to make the good choices, whether it's about mental health or about the climate, about weather, right? And this gets me to the very core of my talk with you guys today. You may not have realized it, or perhaps you have. I'll give you credit. But data is the most important asset in your organization. Now, during the 20th century, what was driving productivity? What was driving the global economic model? Well, it was oil. Oil. Abundant, cheap oil, right? And to some degree, that continues to happen. But we're moving forward. We're moving past that potentially over the 21st century. In the 21st century, it does look like data is replacing oil as the driver of economic progress. Think about all the big, now multi-trillion-dollar businesses, right? A lot of them are driven by data. It can seem like in 2023, in the third decade of the 21st century, that this is such an old idea. The reality is we're not there yet, and we're actually far from it. Even the private sector is struggling with this, and I'll show you a data point in just a second to prove that, right? But why is it now such a big deal? What has happened? What has actually happened? Right, we've moved now into what we call the zettabyte era. The zettabyte era, right? That's a zettabyte, by the way, is 1 with 21 zeros, right? Put another way, it's a really big number, right? And we think we've created from the start of civilization to today about a little over, I think it's about 120 zettabytes of data we've created as a humanity. From the start of civilization to yesterday was 121 zettabytes. We think we'll double that in the next 3 years, right? Start of civilization to today, double it in 3 years, probably double it in 2 years after that. Why? Because everything is generating data. There's not a lot happening in this room, right? We're sitting here. Some of you are looking at me, listening to me. Some of you have devices. You probably have at least 2 devices with you, right? You have maybe a computer in your bag and an iPhone, or a smartphone. Some of you have a smartwatch. So, as a human being, you have 3 connected devices that is not only publishing data, but also receiving data right this second. So in this room, we are generating a lot of data right now doing nothing. Multiply that all by all the people, the 8 billion humans around the world, or the 5 billion that are connected to the internet, and the 51 billion or so things that are connected to the internet right now. Right? We're generating an awful lot of data doing nothing, and we're generating an awful lot of data doing lots of things. Right? So the question then becomes, okay, you've shown us a couple of good examples, and you've told us there's a lot of data, we're generating data. But how do we know whether we're a data-driven organization? Now, here's an interesting data point that brings this all home, right? 83% of CEOs want a data-driven organization, right? When you ask leaders of organizations what kind of an organization they want, they say, I want to build a data-driven organization. Now, I only have one question about this data point. What are the other 17% thinking, right? Really, every organization ought to be. Now, the sobering aspect of this data point is, even though most leaders, including probably most of you, want your organizations to be more data-driven, only about 30% of you are succeeding. So there's a major, major gap there, right? From what we desire versus what we are actually achieving, right? That's a major disconnect. If data is the most important asset in your organization, if you believe it, now you can argue it, and maybe you have doubts still, but if you believe this thesis that data is the most important part of your organization, and yet only 1/3 of organizations are achieving it, we've got a lot of work to do. And it's probably worse in cities. That's just a little guess based on my over a decade of experience. Because cities are laggards to the private sector, right? Cities are laggards in terms of what they can achieve, right? Now, what's sobering is you kind of run your different organizations, as you think about the organizations you're part of, your colleagues are making decisions based on how they feel, on gut feeling. Now, I don't think you'd ever want your doctor generally to do that, or your pilot when you're on a plane. You want evidence-based decision-making, right? And yet, your colleagues in your organization are making gut decisions. That's not a good thing, right? So I have come to the conclusion that data eats strategy for breakfast, right? Now, here's another interesting data point for you might not have thought about. Every organization appears to be going through some sort of digital transformation, right? Would you agree? I think, right? And digital transformation, not just being analog to digital, but reinventing what the organization is and what it does, right? It turns out most of the organizations in the world are going through this. If you're any reasonable organization, and if you have a view on the future, a sort of a target of the future, right? Well, a lot of them are not succeeding, no surprise, right? We think only about 20 to 30% of projects ever succeed anyway. That's the data point. But even digital transformation projects are even failing more often. And I'm always curious about a data point like that. I'm always curious about facts like that. Why are so many digital transformation projects failing? Well, it turns out that it's the absence of a data culture. The absence of a data culture, right? What I mean by that? Data culture means, how does an organization behave? How does it wake up every day, come to work, and do stuff? That's your culture. That's how you actually get things done in your city, at your city hall, at your different locations. And it just doesn't happen when the leader says, tomorrow we're going to be data-driven, or tomorrow we're going to have a data culture. You actually have to build these things. And one of the ways we build it, one of the components of it that I want to sort of hone in on right now and bring you to the end of this journey, which is data governance. It's how we govern our data in organizations. Now, I've said this, I wrote a book on data governance, and I've said this is the most boring, important topic you need to know about, right? it's a very serious audience today. But the 6,000 people online are laughing their heads off, right? Okay, that got you. Okay, good. Welcome back. Data governance is the most boring and most important topic that you should be focusing on. And I would argue, based on what you can do to change the game in your community, change the game in your city, change results for your people, for your community members, is to start to prioritize this. Bring this up from number whatever, 55, to number 5. Number 4, maybe number 3, because this has a lot to do with privacy, has a lot to do with security and cybersecurity, and it has a lot to do with outcomes, right? I'm going to go past that wheel because I know you're not interested in that. Now, look, we're not doing a data science lecture here because that would be really boring, and that's not what you came for. So I'm going to tell you just the big things. The big things are that, can you find the data you need to run your business? Can you find the data you need to know whether there's a climate issue in my community or my neighborhood, or what I should do about it? If we can't find the data in the first place, well, then you're at a disadvantage. And that's just part of data governance, is being able to find the data, have access to it when you do find it, and when you do use it, that it's good quality data, that there's no errors in it, there's no gaps in it, it's not problematic data. You can see some of the examples here. The federal government in the US has a great site called data.gov with thousands of data sets. But more interesting is what we did. Here's what one community can do. This is the Palo Alto Data Portal. And if I make you think, if I take you back to the beginning of my presentation today, we are engaging, and we're engaging the community through this participation. By making data available to them, they could build solutions and not wait for government. We could co-create, and we could make everybody who wanted to be an innovator. For example, one person observed that, it'd be great to know what's happening in the community. One of the things cities do, all this as city leaders, or people who participate in cities, is that lots of permits are issued. Right? Permits are issued for kitchen upgrades, or building a swimming pool, or tearing down something, or building a wall, or planting a tree. Whatever it is that you're doing, in a lot of communities, permits are required. And people are curious. People want to know what's going on, right? Well, they want to know because, first of all, they're curious. We're all curious, right? A little bit nosy. But we want to know, too, so, for example, maybe vendors want to bid on work or participate. Maybe there's some safety issue we've observed. Again, you get back to that problem. Well, if we build this solution of being able to visualize and understand every single permit, that's going to take a long time, and it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to take a long time. It's going to cost a lot of money. How do we make it happen? How do we drive innovation in this new world? How do we get smarter about driving innovation? Make the data available, and somebody else will build it. And that's what this company did when they observed this problem. They built a solution called Civic Insight based on our permitting data. We didn't spend a penny. It didn't take us any time. And the community got the solution. Today, this is a successful business. They hire people, they have jobs, they make payroll, and they have a solution that helps communities, right? You got to make this happen. You got to make data governance, how you manage your data in a quality way, one of your priorities, right? At the end of the day, how do you know that you are getting results? Well, you got to measure all the time. What gets measured gets managed. You know that old adage. Pretty good and pretty applicable across the board. When you start to use data and you make a declaration as a leader, or as leaders, you say, we're going to become a data-driven business. We're going to become a data-driven business. People will yawn. Maybe like a lot of you are thinking right now, wow, this topic is not exactly the most exciting of the world. But what you might be excited about are results. So you say to your people, we're going to try some stuff. We're going to actually make data, we're going to start to make these sets of data our priority. And we're going to manage, for example, the quality of that data. We're going to see, how many errors, or how many times are we told that there's errors in the data? And we're going to track that over a period of time. And when you do that, eventually, over a few weeks, maybe a few months, you will go back to your community, you will go back to your organization, maybe even the community, and you will say, here are the results. And people look at that, and hopefully you've got good results, because if you don't, well, then everybody's wasting their time. Maybe you're doing it wrong. Maybe it's the wrong data set. Maybe the process is not the right one. You got to tackle the right problems. And then people see it and say, okay, what I'm doing, this new bureaucracy that they've put in place is actually helping me as a staff member. It's helping the organization. And most importantly, if you're running a city, it's helping the community. It's helping, maybe you're elevating the quality of life, hopefully, for your community, because that fundamentally is what it's all about. So as I come to the end here on this important topic, I want to give you an example. I want to talk about a national scale example of exactly what I've shared with you today. Now, I've just returned from New Zealand just a couple of days ago, one of my favorite countries. You need to go there if you haven't been. If you like the outdoors, it's amazing. It's only, well, actually, we're further. From California, it's 12 hours, not so far. Seems like it's very, very far. It's actually, Aotearoa is the name. They're renaming the country from New Zealand to Aotearoa. And so that's the old name, but that's what you're familiar with. So they call it by, I was doing a lot of keynotes there, and I kept saying federal government, federal. They don't say federal, they say national government, right? Somebody corrected me after about 3 keynotes. They said it's national, not federal. So the national government for the country of Aotearoa noticed that they have departments just like we have in our governments. And they all do important work: public safety, environmental work, transportation, energy, all the important stuff. And these departments do really important work, but there's no sharing across the board, no standards. And so one organization does one thing, the other doesn't know what it's doing. They don't integrate, they don't create solutions together. There's no interoperability across the national government. Now, you could see, look, I don't need to explain to really smart people that that's a big problem. That's not a good thing. So rather than sort of continuing to do the same thing over and over again, I mean, they've been relatively successful. How can they be really successful? That's the question. They established a data governance framework for the entire national government about 2 years ago, approximately, something like that, last couple of years. And this laid out everything I've been sharing with you today. First of all, making data a priority, saying that data is the most important asset after our community and our staff. Data is the most important asset in our community and in our city government and in our national government. Policies for sharing data, standards, so that we're talking, and transmitting data the same way. Starting to have results. One of the areas that is achieving results is how data that belongs to the indigenous people, the Maori people, is being treated. Now, the Maori people are incredible. I started to learn a lot about them. They believe that everything kind of has a spirit and a soul, everything in the world, including data. It's a remarkable thing, remarkable. We need to learn a lot more about this to understand it. And so Maori data from Maori communities needs to be treated a certain way, out of respect, but also because they want to get results. It's the data governance framework, for the very first time, allows Maori data to be treated the way it needs to be treated. It couldn't be done without it. That's what I mean by making a difference. That's what it means to be smarter, to have a smarter community, is to do this work really, really well. So I would conclude, if you haven't been thinking about this, if you came today to Bernardo's Smart Cities event, his 4th, amazing, came to this event, you didn't know what you were going to get out of it, you didn't know what you'd learn. I don't want you just to listen to me or any of the speakers. I want you to take action. And the 6,000 people online in the 100 and something, 200 cities in the world, in 85 countries. I want you to now make data a priority, because if you do, if you start to work on this journey to make your organization a more data-driven culture, you will get results. So as I wrap up here, I'll do a little plug. I've written books on this. I would encourage you to take a look. I've got a few of the kids' books actually here with me. I don't know if they're all gone already, but they're here. I've signed them. They're free for you if you'd like to take them. But reichenthal.com/books. Not so hard to remember, right? Books about cities, about data, for grown-ups and for kids. So I hope that you will enjoy these, as many tens of thousands of people have already. Thank you for taking photographs. And with that, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now, I'm inviting Jake Moskowitz from the Underline. The Underline is a key design project in action here in Miami. Goes to Miami to Coral Gables. And it's changing everything in terms of community participation and bring all, let's say, the community to do exercise, to walk, and do different things. Jake is going to show for us. Welcome.
Thank you, Bernardo. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Who here lives in Miami? Raise your hand. Who here has heard of the Underline before Bernardo's introduction? Okay, great. Well, for those who haven't heard of the Underline, this will be a nice introduction. For those who have, this will be a nice reintroduction. So the Underline is a 10-mile linear park, multimodal trail, and outdoor art destination being built underneath Miami's Metro Rail. It will span from the Miami River in Brickell all the way to Dade Land South. This is a bold vision that we've been working on for over a decade. The Underline's founder, Meg Daly, was in a pretty rough car accident and broke both of her arms. So she began taking Metro Rail to get to her physical therapy. That's when she realized this enormous opportunity to repurpose and revitalize this land and give it back to the community. And that's exactly what we've been doing. These are the core values that summarize. You see, the Metro Rail divided our neighborhoods, and the Underline is attempting to right that wrong by stitching these neighborhoods back together again. The project is fully funded. It's a $140 million construction cost that comes from a variety of sources, from a federal build grant to state funding to local municipal funding. I see our partners at Coral Gables here, as well as Miami-Dade County. It's broken up into 3 phases. The first phase in Brickell is already open today, just across the Miami River. The second phase is under construction now, and the third phase and final phase, the final 7 miles, we actually broke ground on just last week. So what is the impact of this investment? Well, for one, we're already surprised by the number of people who are coming to the Underline. We're averaging almost 5,000 daily visitors in the first half mile alone. We've had over 200 community programs in the last calendar year, so we're programming events 2 out of every 3 days. And we aspire to be one of the largest and longest free outdoor art destinations in the country. Here you can see our latest sculpture by the renowned artist Hank Willis Thomas called Duality, which is visible from the Miami River. We've also incubated 18 small businesses using the Underline as a storefront. And in our first phase alone, we've brought back 30,000 native plants and trees just in the first half mile. We're estimating a $9 billion economic impact, which is quite the return on investment from the initial $140 million investment. So as I mentioned, this is what the project or the land looked like before. This is where Meg was walking with her broken arms. She just saw this incredible opportunity to transform this space. And it was a very bold and ambitious vision which required us to bring various diverse stakeholders together to make it possible. And so that's exactly what we've done. This is the first phase open today in Brickell. This is what we call the Brickell Backyard by the Miami River. It extends from the Miami River all the way to Coral Way. As I mentioned, we have 30,000 native plants and trees in this phase alone. All native, we use a zero-scaping approach, so no fertilizer, no irrigation, and it's used to soak up the water like a sponge as well. It rarely floods thanks to the topography. Our urban gym here is gated, so we're able to have a lot of community events. It's also a transit connector. This is really the center of mobility in Miami because it's at the intersection of the Metro Rail, the Metro Mover, the trolley bus, the Metro bus, and now a multimodal corridor. We also have many cultural programs here. As I mentioned, 2 out of every 3 days. We also connect to 1 out of the 24 public schools that will connect to the Underline, and 16 unique art pieces in the Phase 1 alone. This is Phase 2, which is scheduled to open at the end of this year. This is 2¼ miles long from Coral Way to Southwest 19th Avenue in North Coconut Grove. This will extend the project. So now we can actually start cycling from Coconut Grove to downtown Miami safely. It will connect to Vizcaya. It will accommodate farmers markets. We also will incorporate a nature-inspired playground. It also connects to Simpson Park, one of the only preserved hardwood hammocks in the country. And this is Phase 3. This is the final 7.5 miles that we broke construction on just this past week. This is 7.5 miles from North Coconut Grove all the way to Dadeland South. But our plans were informed by a series of public meetings. We asked people what kind of recreational amenities and what kind of destinations they wanted to see on the Underline. Does anyone want to take a guess what was the most popular request? Pickleball. Second most popular? Skate park. So these series of meetings informed what we decided to build. So we're effectively co-creating this park with the community. The top 3 priorities were transportation, safety, and community. So let's talk about safety first. We're implementing considerable infrastructure and intersection improvements that will help people get across the street more safely. We're widening the crosswalk at all of these intersections. We're also bringing awareness with bright, nuanced paint. Ample places for waiting set back behind the crossing areas. And we're also working on no right-hand turn on reds and leading interval times. This will give pedestrians and cyclists more time to cross before the vehicles. We're also focused on extending our commitment to creating this ecological corridor with dedicated bike and pedestrian paths. So this will give you an example of the traditional trail. We have a 2-way 10-foot wide bike path on the side closer to US 1, as well as a meandering dedicated pedestrian path. And sprinkled throughout are our amenity areas, which will be the destinations where people will congregate. So how are we innovating with our planting? We're focused on canopy and renaturalization strategies. Our approach to reforestation is adopting something called the Miyawaki method. We're bringing the first microforests into South Florida. These forests grow 30 times denser and 10 times faster than a traditional urban forest. They'll also help increase the biodiversity, soak up water, absorb water like a sponge, and reduce heat. Can also be an excellent resource for kids to see their forests growing in their community before their very eyes. We're also innovating with green infrastructure. These are bioretention basins that will be implemented throughout the park. We're using this method to remediate stormwater and make the surrounding communities more resilient. We're also adding 1,800 new trees and palms and 350,000 new plants in our Phase 3 alone. This will get us to 500,000 new native plants throughout the 10 miles and 120 acres. So as I mentioned, this park isn't just a park. It's not just a multimodal trail. It's also an amenity destination. So I've shown you some of the amenity areas that are open in Phase 1, the renderings for Phase 2, but now I'm excited to show you all the 12 amenity areas that we have planned for Phase 3. So the first one is the Grove Gallery. This is a new marketplace by the Coconut Grove Metro Rail Station. Currently, this is temporary parking. And we asked the community what they wanted in this area. They really wanted great food from local purveyors. We're trying to embrace this concept of a 15-minute city where you can walk to your restaurant, where you can walk to get all of your things. So this will help facilitate that. It will also help facilitate a farmer's market, a gaming area, as well as some really great locations to add new artwork. Is it close to the existing farmers markets? I guess the Coconut Grove Farmers Market is what, 32nd Avenue and Main. So it's far enough away for I live around there, and I could walk to the Grove Gallery. I can't really walk to the Farmers Market in Coconut Grove right now. This is the Underline Plaza by the Douglas Metro Rail Station. This is actually the geographical center point of the Underline. It will incorporate an urban beach, a micro-mobility plaza where folks can charge their scooters and e-bikes, as well as an area for a rotating art installation. And as you can see here, there's also infrastructure for food trucks as well as a container. But this concept of an urban beach will also help reduce heat in the park. This is by 37th Avenue. Here we have our Bark Park, which is an exciting agility course for our four-legged friends here. This is 2 dog parks, one for small dogs, one for big dogs. I've got a big dog, but I know he loves small dogs, but all of the small dogs love him. It will also incorporate a doggy tunnel, seating areas for our human friends. And this is located by Merrick Park. And today, actually over half of our visitors currently are walking their dogs in phase 1 in Brickell today. So we know how important it is to have infrastructure for our dogs here. This is our fitness room. This is close to the Coral Gables Fire Station. This is inspired by the flex court that we have in phase 1. We've seen such great activation there, whether it be for our events or just organic games that we see taking place. So this will incorporate a half-court basketball court as well as an area for events. And we have a partnership with Baptist Health to provide free community health and wellness events to the public. So we'll be able to continue that partnership in this area. But we also intend to work with the Coral Gables Fire Station. We could do CPR classes, fitness programs, etc. Here you'll see our water balcony. This is by the Gables Waterway. Currently it's so overgrown that a lot of folks don't even realize that there's water access here. So we'll be building this bridge here. We'll be implementing this beautiful waterside seating, and then we'll also support infrastructure for a kayak drop so our community can more easily access our beautiful river. Here you'll see our rain gardens. This is what the biosoil, the bioretention basin, looks like from the ground level. This will be a great way to restore our habitats, lessen the impact of runoff and storms, but it's also going to be a great place for students to connect to nature, learn about the native habitats that we're restoring. And in a similar approach, these are our stormwater ponds. This is an example of blue-green infrastructure. This is located by Granada Boulevard. So when the land is dry, these plant beds, they'll showcase the beautiful natural habitats that we're restoring here in Miami. But when it rains, they'll come to life as these bioretention basins. This blue-green infrastructure incorporates an elevated path, the microforest I mentioned earlier. It will capture runoff and make the surrounding neighborhoods more resilient as well. We also intend to have this serve as a really great educational center and art destination where visitors can come, connect to nature, and learn about the native habitats that we're restoring in the Underline. Here are the Pineland Courts. People wanted pickleball, so we got them pickleball. This is located near Carrillo Street. It will incorporate 4 pickleball courts, a mini pitch soccer, as well as a full court regulation basketball court. As we get to Stanford Drive by University of Miami's main campus, we arrive at the new Rock Ridge Plaza. This will include 2 plazas adjacent to the entrance of campus, an outdoor classroom, a vestibule area, 2 amphitheaters, as well as a pathway through the microforest. So we see this as a really unique space for us to have programming as well as the university and the students, whether it's for outdoor classrooms, outdoor performances, this amphitheater-style seating will really invite this as a great place for people to gather. And community spaces, public spaces have historically served as a civic commons for people to come together. So we want to have a lot of wide and relatively flexible spaces to facilitate this. Here we have the skate park. They asked for a skate park. We're bringing them a skate park. This is north of Red Road. We're looking at a 10,000 square foot agility course that will be facilitate all wheel types. So whether you want to practice your tricks on your skateboard, inline skates, or a BMX bike, this will facilitate all of that. As we get close to South Miami City Hall, we reach the Play Forest. This is a nature-inspired play forest with outdoor musical instruments, an exploration trail, log tunnels, as well as increased tree canopy. So we see this as a really great place for the community to come together and enjoy a delightful shaded experience with this lush tree canopy. Here's an example of our butterfly gardens. The entire project is a pollinator garden, but this is by Wall's Ice Cream close to the Ludlam area. So we'll incorporate this boulder-style seating that we already have in phase 1 that we'll have throughout the park, as well as pollinator plants, bird houses, and something really cool called an insect hotel, designed to attract insects. So these are the 12 amenity areas that will be combined with the 3 amenity areas in phase 2 and the existing amenity areas in phase 1. So collectively, this makes up the Underline. This is the fastest moving project of its scope. We are going to be opening this up in 2 phases in phase 3 in 2025 and in 2026. This will also connect to Miami-Dade Smart Plan. This is the Miami Loop that connects to Ludlam Trail, and the Underline will serve as a spine for a larger connection. South Dade Transit Way, dedicated separated bike lane, 22 miles, I believe. And we'll also connect to the future Plan Z and the Rickenbacker. So collectively, working with our county partners, we want to increase access to mobility, we want to increase connections to the community, and we want to foster resiliency and sustainability throughout the 10 miles. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Now we are going to have some different experience. Sandra Bayer create a new approach how we deal with events and how to talk and how to bring together the audience. So she's going to how to rebuild the trust through question storming. Sandra Bayer, she's CEO for Personal Cities. Welcome.
Really? Hello? Yes? Yes? No? Yes. Yes. Good morning. How many of you live in a city? How many of you live in a smart city? How many of you trust the leaders of your city or your community to do the right thing, regarding citizens and operations and how a city works? How many of you trust them? Some of you are like this. I love that. Well, today I'm going to talk about trust and cities. Trust is a passion of mine. I've been working on the topic for a number of years, and I believe that it is sort of the foundation of how we communicate, how we connect with each other, how we build our civilization. Just a little background, about 3 years ago in 2020, remember that year? Everybody, yes? Say yes. Talk to me. We're in the middle of the beginning, I suppose, of the pandemic. And my business partner, Lawrence Jones, and I decided that in working with cities, we would explore how the pandemic affected our lives. Of course, many other things going on in the world. Divisive politics, income inequality, many problems around climate, transportation, energy. So we decided that we would talk to city leaders and find out, what is it that's making you tick? What is it that's making your city a better place to live? And what we found was that many city leaders were taking small, incremental changes to improve their cities, but what we wanted was bigger, bolder action from city leaders around the world. We certainly all shared a sense of urgency, right? Was everybody nervous and uncertain at the time during the pandemic? Yeah, okay, good. So, one of the things we did was work with cities and sort of try to develop a new definition What is a smart city? And I have to tell you that this is my definition. I work on it all the time. I change it for almost every presentation. It's a changed set of ideas. And I won't go through all of them, but I would like to talk to you about a few of the definitional attributes on this list. The first one is that a smart city is aligned. It understands the value of partnerships. It understands the importance of collaborating to get things done. How many of you live in a city that you think is aligned? Well, that's sad news. But I want to just look at a couple other ideas here. A smart city is aware of its character, its sense of character, its community identity. Beyond a brand image, a smart city really cares about the assets that it has, and it communicates them to citizens. Another really important idea here is that a smart city is economically vibrant. It knows how to compete. It knows how to work with business and academia and NGOs and all the ecosystem of a city to make it more successful from an economic perspective. So beyond that, we developed a whole set of new ground rules. What is it that a city should do to reimagine its future? And again, I won't go through all of these, but one of the things Jonathan talked about was a city knows how to think differently. And that, to me, is something you should ask your city leaders to do. Help them to think differently about solutions and ways to solve problems. Down the list, embrace the uncertainty. How many of you feel like you know what the future is? Anybody? None of us. It's an uncertain future, right? Can we embrace that uncertainty and move forward? So, and then, of course, the final thing, which is really key to my work life, is to be curious, to be optimistic, to be personal. So don't think that you don't have power to make these changes, because you do. And one of the things that Lawrence and I developed was this idea to question storm, different than brainstorming, question storm the questions about trust, because we believe that trust is foundational. So I'm going to stop talking, and you are going to start helping me question storm a very important question. And I wanted to set the stage a bit for doing this. There's a very famous American essayist named H.L. Mencken, and he says, for every difficult question, there is an answer that is simple, clear, and wrong. Does that make sense to you all? We can't jump to answers so quickly. We can't jump to solutions. And cities are often quick to do that without considering all the interdependencies. So we're going to question storm this really important question. How can we rebuild trust in cities? Everybody got the question? Talk to me. Yes? Yes, okay. And there are only two rules about question storming. The first rule is that you really listen. So that means putting aside your smartphone right now, putting it down, closing your computer. You really have to listen. Okay, is everybody with me? All right, this audience, come on, you guys, let's talk. Thank you, Ramon. This questions. No commentary, no explanations are needed. Only ask questions. Now, this is difficult for all of us. From birth, when we are children, we ask our mother a question, and she generally answers it, right? When you go to school, you ask your teacher a question, and he or she is devoted to giving you answers. And then once you become an employee, your boss asks you a question, and you give them answers, right? But this is different. This is a different way of looking at a problem, of thinking differently. So here's the difficult question. How can we rebuild trust in cities? So for the next few minutes, we're just going to ask questions about that. And I'm going to ask each of you to just shout out a question. Anybody ready? Go ahead, Jonathan. Why are we stuck to the old way of doing things? Questions. Come on. You can. I know you can do this. Why aren't elected officials required to take a course on governance? Other questions about trust. How can we rebuild trust in cities? Yes. Speak louder so I can repeat your question, but. Why do we fail at public meetings to gain public trust? Was that it? Yes, Raimundo. Why don't we listen to the voice of the citizen? Other questions? Come on. Everyone can have a question. Just one person. Come on. Why don't we do what we preach? Why do we promise something and not deliver? Why is there positive? Why is there plastic in this sustainable conference? I bet you have a question, sir. Why is the temperature 68 degrees? I wish I had a coat on. I'm with you. Other questions? Come on, the rest of you. Everybody who hasn't asked a question, give me a question. Come on. Yes. How could we foster information transparency to encourage more what? Participation. More trustworthiness. Yes. How can we make leaders more accountable when they don't meet our expectations? Do we? Yes, sir. How do we escape Microsoft Excel as a way to keep data stored? How do we get around the money question, that we just can't afford it? Yes. How do we assign impact as the tool we use for measure? Some of you haven't asked a question yet. You're going to get called on. Yes, sir. You have a question? How can we rebuild trust in cities? How can we create data sources and update the frequency of them? How can we create an open data hub to study trust? I love that idea. Yes, sir. How can we remove barriers for novel technologies? Oh, here, here. Yes? Yes. What's a good timeline to achieve that trust? Yes. Why are they recreating New York in Miami? You know, I have to just interrupt and say I was asked to speak at a UN meeting about sea level rise. They said, just pick a couple American cities that are vulnerable. I picked New York and Miami. Other questions? Come on. Yes, ma'am. Oh, how do we get leadership to believe in smart city improvements? The need for smart city improvements. Yes. Did you have more? Yes. How do we prioritize the well-being of our communities over profit? How do we do that? The idea being, we're going to stop. But thank you so much for those of you that asked questions. Do you have a sense that this matters, that it helps you peel the onion? It helps you look more deeply at a question. If this question were easy to answer, it would have been solved a long time ago. And that's the point of question storming. So somebody said to me, well, how can you just do a bunch of questions? What good is that? I'll tell you what good it is, because eventually, if you think, if you listen, if you see this problem through the lens of other people, eventually you will move towards solution storming. And that process is one where, you know, more work is required, more research, more questioning. In fact, some of the questions that you asked today, especially the one about profit, the one about plastic, there may be the launch pad for the next set of questions, because we have to keep asking. We are too quick to jump to answers, and it hurts our understanding of the interdependence of all of these difficult challenges. So from our work in 2020, this was the start of the pandemic, as most of you may recall. We interviewed over 300 people from over 30 countries around the world, diverse backgrounds. We really developed some insights. We didn't develop some answers. That really wasn't the intention. But if you look at this list, actions to take now, this is where I'm very excited. I am tired of people talking about a problem and not taking action to solve it. And everyone, the speaker earlier today, you all have the power to do this. And I'm asking each of you to become a trust ambassador. Are you trustworthy in your actions? Do you shout out when you see these inequities, when you see that our leaders aren't delivering on their promise? Don't just sit there. So look at some of these ideas. Acknowledge the role of fear. I often think that people are afraid. You know, you're afraid to ask a question. You're afraid to look stupid. Certainly for political officials, they're often afraid they won't get reelected, right? They're thinking, well, gee, I'm not going to question this because I'm just going to do what somebody's paying me to do, right? But embrace your power as an individual to build trustworthiness and be prepared to make sacrifices. Do you think you're right? Do you think that what you believe is the truth? And can we find facts to agree on? If someone believes in this candidate and I believe in another, can we have a conversation? Can we have a critical, interesting conversation that creates civility and not divisiveness? In the United States and in countries around the world, political divisiveness is tearing apart our ability to create bonds, to create connections, to make things better in the world. So I hope you like these actions. I hope you're willing to take some. Here are your challenges to disrupt. Let's get away from the way we are in terms of trusting each other or not trusting each other. I especially like this idea. Through question storming, you can explore the difficult question and see it through the eyes of other people. It's so interesting to me to think that I know I'm right. I believe X and Y and Z, and I know I'm right. Can you actually get to a point where you say, well, you know what? Maybe I'm not. So this is my final thought, is that the future of our cities, the future of our planet depends on your and our collective ability to build trust. I hope you liked the question storming exercise. Please do it in your community. Please take it home with you. I'll be glad to facilitate any with you anywhere in the world. And I think if you take this tact, you'll see a better way of building trust among all of us. Thank you so much. Wait, I have one other thing. Sorry, I always forget this. So, Jonathan, and you showed about the books you've written. We're writing a book about trust, Dr. Jones and I, hopefully before the next election in the United States. This is the report we've written, and it's on my website, personalcities.org. It's How to Rebuild Trust. And if you read this report, write to me. Let me know what you think of it. Let me know if you can implement this in your neck of the woods. As I said, I'll be glad to help any of you make this real. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jose Antonio Andiviela, and I'm the industry advisor for cities and regions in Western Europe, Microsoft. It's a pleasure to share with you these minutes talking about the evolution of the city's digital twins into urban social digital twins, trying to incorporate our citizens or the data and the needs from our citizens. Let me share my slides. Well, the idea is our cities are coping with this twofold set of different challenges. To your left, social area. We need to improve the well-being and the social conditions of our citizens. We need to place the citizens front and ahead of everything we do in our cities, turning the city services from tasks into experiences, helping them to find the best job and also to qualify for the new opportunities, improving the employability of our city. Then adapting our technologies to internally very quickly code new applications that are responding to this ever-changing demand. And finally, analyzing the data we have from our citizens. We have massive amount of data that we are not using. And the idea is trying to extract these insights, trying to know them, trying to determine their status, mainly in terms of vulnerability, trying to understand which are the families in our city that are at risk of vulnerability. This twofold concept is very well described in the Amsterdam City Donut. This green donut, you can do whatever you want, but inside the donut, you need to protect your citizens not to fall in the middle hole of inequity and inequality, while also do not touching the exterior, the environment, right? It's a balancing between social, physical, between ecological and social services. And the idea is to have a city that is full by data, run on artificial intelligence, moving this information through 5G, 6G, managed obviously from the cloud, and decisioned from a digital twin that is helping us to evaluate the different alternatives and finally make the right decision. To your right, the physical components, urban mobility is the most important because it's helping us to connect and to move around the city. And this will become green, shared, autonomous, and also incorporating the new air mobility, you know, the drones, the aero taxis, etc. We need to help our citizens in the concept of saving time. This is the idea of the chrono-urbanism, placing things nearby to where they live. That's the idea of the 15 minutes city, right? Where you can access to most of the things you need in less than 15 minutes commuting time. And then finally, the sensible cities, as defined by the Professor Carlo Ratti from MIT, a city that is sensing, that is finally executing in a semi-automatic way, responding to the physical conditions. Very important in this area is coping with the global warming situation, and then turning our cities into carbon neutral cities, and also circular cities in the way they manage the matter. Well, to make this happen, we are building digital twins. A digital twin is a 3D replica of our city where we are adding real-time IoT information from all the physical components and parameters. And the idea is to monitor, analyze, and make decisions based on this virtual representation. Very important, different areas, different scenarios. We can integrate with all the information we have, different departments, different areas to explore individually, but all of them with the same underlying data set. We can add new innovation tools, devices, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, etc. But the most important, in my opinion, is simulation. With the simulation, we can analyze and we can evaluate the different alternatives for any given problem, and then choose the right one. The right one in terms of budget, time, and also disturbing the less to our citizens. Different maturity levels of this digital twin model, from a basic geoposition of the data, then analyzing this information, monitoring and reporting the situation in the physical components, and finally running these what-if simulations with artificial intelligence. This is level 4, that is the most advanced project we have in the world. Now let's try to also think about how to fully take advantage of the artificial intelligence to make this city management more and more autonomous. Different solution scenarios. I have described here the top 15, and all of them are managing physical things in the city, from the urban mobility, traffic, logistics, transportation, air pollution, noise, energy from the producers, the consumers, and the grid in between, environmental, carbon neutral, circular city, also water planning these 15 minutes ideal city, preparing the city for the tourism. That is a wonderful business and attraction for our city, making our city safer, and finally, measuring the impacts of the global warming in our health and also other physical conditions. As you can see, all of them are associated to physical parameters of our city. But what about the citizens? We are adding some gaming technologies, Web3 technologies into these digital twins, making them more appealing and also easier to manage and easier to understand. No? And we are adding this technology from the metaverse. You know, we have 3 different metaverses, one for consumer, this is gaming, social, shopping, another one for enterprise, where we are changing the way we work and the way we cooperate in a team working space using these technologies. And finally, the industrial metaverse, that is an evolution of the digital twin that was invented for industries, managing industrial processes, engines, or whatever, and now adapted to the physical conditions to the city. Yeah, but what about the citizens? We need to evolve this into the urban social digital twin. Some cities are very much advanced, creating this replica in the metaverse. They're meta cities or cityverses, as you can, whatever you want to name them. And the idea here is to attract talent, not physical people, not physical bodies, but attracting their mind, attracting their creativity and their professional activities. Okay, so they can contribute and generate wealth in these cities remotely. This is not the idea for most of the cities. We need to take care of our citizens. And come on, let's go to the basics, and we can analyze this traditional approach to what's making a city a happy city, right? And we can see this hexagon. It's obvious that we need prosperity. No money, no rock and roll. So this is the base of making a happy city. But then make those cities livable, and livable from the environment and the physical conditions. And then you can see to your right, clean, green, walkable, accessible, safe, and healthy. That's very, very important, all these physical conditions. But we need to understand that a city, in essence, is a place where humans meet or encounter. So in the cities where humans are developing and executing our social aspect. And then we need to incorporate the socially connected area, the culture, and civic pride. And this is complex because we are dealing with social information, a very sensitive information. Different approaches like this, very academic, you can see here from the university in Barcelona, you can see those humanoids that are walking the streets with specific tasks, and they are evaluating how humans are interacting with the physical areas of the city, and also creating models of human behavior, right? Another approach from the academy is this model from Fujitsu and the Carnegie Mellon University, with the idea to understand the human behavior in their interaction with the traffic and the transportation systems. The idea is to achieve this target of zero vision, no fatalities associated to transportation and urban mobility. The most advanced today approach is from the Finnish city of Tampere. They are changing the data-driven city approach to put the citizen front and center of everything they do. So they are adapting all the different areas and all the different components to really serve the citizen, to really consider what are the main citizen needs. And from that point of view, creating a human-centric chatbot and changing the way that we are servicing the citizen services into experiences, analyzing all the data and understanding your citizens so you can personalize the citizens, then creating a well-being city, a happy city, and making the digital transformation a human-centric artificial intelligence transformation. Another example of that is this European Union project, Urban Age, where the idea is to adapt our cities to make them age-friendly, to make them adapted to the one of the toughest problems we are facing in all of our cities today, that is the people aging, right? So, well, managing this human data or this social data is sensitive information, so we need to be very careful. And this is also posing some additional changes, like ensuring data quality, security, the privacy of this information, and very important, ethics and governance. I see some cities hiring an ethics manager to take care of and to control that everything is done in this right way, no? Well, what if we can incorporate to the digital twin model socio-demographics data? Also, trying to create this ideal 15-minute city, we need to understand where do people live, work, get leisure, or go shopping, and then understanding the flows of people across our city, reshaping our different areas, trying to understand the vulnerability of our people by the specific areas in our city, trying to predict which families will be the most impacted if we continue with a high inflation, okay? Also, understand their behaviors and incorporate the citizens into the new services co-creation, maximizing as well the participation. Understand the flows of people, but also the critical supplies flows, and also how the emergencies will serve us in case we need them. Very important. What's the status of our human capital? Do we need more skills? Preparing our people in terms of reskilling them is improving the chance to make our city attractive for external investors. And then other areas like a persuasive city. Well, I can tell you that if you go cycling, then your average speed will be 10 miles per hour. But if you go by car, your average speed will be less, will be 7 miles per hour. So it's your decision. And I'm just telling you the truth, okay? And also helping our armed forces to prevent crime. The idea is to, okay, we have a resilient city against the natural hazards, but the idea is to make an adaptive city, a city that is self-tuned or is self-adapting to the many changing conditions we have. Then technology to create new applications very, very fast that are adapting the service accordingly. A plug-and-play urbanism, buildings that are that could be multi-purpose, that we can adapt to different specific needs, incorporating the Web3 metaverse social interaction, so we can co-create with our citizens, and also we can explain the citizens all the new developments in the city, analyze and respond real time. One good example is the dynamic bus routing. Depending on the demand, we are changing the routes of the routing of our bus service. No? And also an example from Munich and Stuttgart in Germany, a trusted society, interacting with the citizens in terms of the safety and resiliency they want to achieve. And finally, let me show you one example of how to use artificial intelligence, mainly generative artificial intelligence, to create this self-tune or self-adaptive city real time. Depending on the different preferences and social conditions, we are interpreting this with OpenAI and then changing these semantic ideas into some actionable items to look for combining this information with the existing city knowledge-based rules, and then with these two inputs, determine whether this can be done or not, whether this is compliant, this is feasible, we have the opportunity to incorporate this change. Then use, again, OpenAI to make new code automatically or semi-automatically. Okay, remember that this is not only generating text, it's also generating code and images. But in this way, generating code. And we are adding this code directly to the digital twin. And that way we are changing the way we are controlling and managing our city, right? Some food for thought. What's next? With the evolution of the neurotech, we can be connected. We can have our brains connected to the mother city. Okay, so we can all contribute real time. And this is just some food for thought for the rest of the Congress. So thank you very much again for inviting me. Have a nice day and a wonderful event in the Smart City Expo Miami. Thank you.
Welcome. This is Dr. Ingrid Vassiliou-Feltes, and it is a privilege to deliver this keynote for Smart City Expo Miami 2023. The focus of my presentation today is a trifecta of digital twins, Edge AI, and Web3 in smart cities deployments. Please allow me to share a brief overview of the presentation. After we examine the global landscape that is currently shaping the smart city ecosystem, I will highlight a few of the converging, emerging, and frontier technologies that we must be aware of, as well as hone in on the smart cities trifecta of digital twins, Edge AI, and Web3. I will also share some of the challenges we must overcome in order to succeed with smart city deployments, as well as future directions we can all embark on if we want to create smart, sustainable cities. At the end, I will also share a few key takeaways. When we examine the global landscape, it is important to note the shifting population demographics with the rise of Gen X and Gen Alpha, the advancements in science and technology that have reshaped not only the economy, but also are disrupting education, recalibrating employment environments, and have increased investments. There are several global tech trends, and all of them are influencing smart city deployments. While we cannot focus on all, I would like to highlight a few. Digital identity, hyperautomation, AI engineering, the rise of generative AI, advanced computing, the transition to Web 3.0 are all essential in driving smart city deployments. There are also several converging, emerging, and frontier technologies that are also playing a pivotal role in smart city deployments, such as 5G, IoT, biometrics, edge computing, AI, and blockchain. The combination of numerous technologies in creating renewable energy tech ecosystems, of course, big data analytics that offer the strategic intelligence for smart city deployments, robotics, and a nascent metaverse, as well as an evolving omniverse that are powered by augmented reality, virtual reality, and extended reality, as well as several other technologies. I chose this trifecta for our presentation today because I do believe that it has profound long-term impact. Digital twins, Edge AI, and Web3 are poised to be foundational for smart cities in the future. Let's give some examples of how digital twins can contribute to smart city deployments. At this time, there are several applications worldwide where digital twins have been successfully deployed for urban planning, infrastructure management, disaster preparedness, and renewable energy management solutions. Edge AI for smart city deployments has become pivotal given the rise of mobile devices worldwide, and over the last few months, with the increase in generative AI use in the population, it is more important than ever. Some of the applications that I wanted to highlight for smart cities are, of course, real-time video analysis and prediction that is used across all industries, industrial IoT, as well as environmental and health monitoring. As we've seen in the past pandemic, this can be a powerful tool, and we hope that it can also contribute to preventing future pandemics. As we know, we're at the cusp of transitioning to the next generation of the internet that will be decentralized, will increase data ownership, will facilitate native digital payments, will encourage and support self-sovereign identity, and is based on a trustless distributed infrastructure. Some of the applications that are worth noting of Web3 for smart cities are decentralized citizen-driven governance, supply chain transparency, energy management, autonomous vehicles and traffic management, and decentralized data marketplaces. Of course, all of these come with massive challenges. Increased risk has been mentioned by numerous leaders, and therefore having a digital risk management strategy at the same time when deploying these deep tech solutions for smart cities is essential. I would like to highlight that that requires change in risk appetite, change in risk tolerance, change in the style of management, and of course, new insurance instruments for risk. A second challenge are cyber threats. So it is essential to be aware that, of course, smart cities are exciting, but they also increase the risk of cyber threats due to the numerous converging technologies that open up cyber vulnerabilities. Of course, in this era where privacy and data is essential, digital ethics, and specifically proactive digital ethics programs, are key for long-term success, but also to maintain or regain digital trust. I would also like to highlight the fact that now we have disparate programs that focus on DEI, disparate programs that focus on ESG. So in deploying smart cities, one of the major challenges will be to integrate some of the smart city frameworks with the DEI and ESG frameworks. Developing international interoperability standards for all these technologies will be critical for success. Additionally, we have to monitor the impact of our smart city deployment, so developing customized smart city KPIs and metrics for each of these deep technology deployments or solutions is essential. What are some of the future directions that we can see on the horizon for smart city deployments? Human-computer interfaces are poised to make the transition from innovation labs to the commercial arena over the next decade. We have recently seen how Neuralink is now ready to engage in human clinical trials. Satellite internet can be a powerful tool for smart city deployments and can bridge the digital divide that we still have in a lot of regions in the world. Spatial computing and quantum computing can help us solve problems that have been plaguing the smart city deployments, society, and the scientific community for many years. As we have witnessed over the last few years, we are now at the stage where we have a nascent metaverse, and as per Gartner, it's expected to evolve over the next decade to a more mature global metaverse that will be built by coalescing individual metaverses. Additionally, as defined by NVIDIA, we are witnessing an increase in industrial omniverse solutions. So there are several companies that have already built successful omniverse ecosystems for transportation, energy, healthcare, life sciences, and several other industries. such as those by NVIDIA, Globant, or Dassault Systems, for example. I would like to leave you with a few key takeaways for deep tech smart city deployments. Number one, you need robust cyber ethics programs, and those need to be deployed from the beginning. Risk management by design is a concept I would like to introduce to you to ensure that you have not only the right type of leadership for your smart city deployments that can tolerate risk, but also that has the right type of insurance, best practices, as well as the risk management styles that are amenable to deep tech deployments. Interoperability, as we highlighted earlier, is pivotal in the success for deep tech deployments long term. Development of international standards, customized KPIs and metrics, and alignment with the United Nations 2030 and 2050 indicators are all equally important. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with all of you on smart city deployments. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jana Skoka, and it's a great pleasure to be here, very excited. Thank you so much, Bernardo, for the opportunity to speak on this event, and also a great kudos to the whole organizational team of the Smart City Expo in Miami for putting this amazing event together. Now, let me tell you a little bit about my background. I am an economist per education. I'm a marketer by profession. I'm a mother of twins. I have a building in the family history. We are in the third generation builders. And I like to kind of project and envision how we work, how we will live in the future. And of course, as a mother, I am super interested about the future for our children, for the next generations. And, you know, the connection to nature is quite clear as I grew up in the mountains of Slovakia. So let me start with a little story about my topic for today, which is resilient, livable, and smart cities. And some 10 years ago, my sister had a very bad accident, very bad car accident with her husband, frontal collision, total damage to the car. Thank God, everybody survived with minor injuries. Now, there were two factors to that. That was a functioning airbag and fastened seatbelts. Now, you may wonder, how is that connected to our topic of resilient cities? But the connection is actually very, very simple. So when looking at the resilience, we may talk about or security, we may talk about like two factors. And these are the actions and activities, the interventions we can take within the inner areas, inner zones of a city. Maybe we can call it also a kind of seatbelt for the residents, for the people living inside the city. And then we have interventions that we can take on the outer zones of a city, the so-called buffer zones, also an airbag that is kind of protecting us from kind of undesired impacts of events that we kind of experience by surprise, or, you know, by an external shock that we cannot impact. So this would be my little bridge to today's topic. We're going to talk a lot about resilience and how to build resilience in the city. Now, let's look also a little bit at the first point. Why are cities actually so important? And why in this context? So for us as a green tech marketplace all around sustainable building and living, we certainly look at the element of climate change. Now, what we all know is the climate is changing. The planet is warming. We are at 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial level. We know the temperatures are increasing continuously. We have this 1.5 degree number, which you may recognize, that is part of different types of pledges and aspirations. However, based on the current performance and still accelerating level of emissions of CO2, we know it's going to be very, very difficult to defend this 1.5 degree warming. You know, there are projections based on the current performance, we will definitely exceed it. Now, in the scenario of 1.5 degree, we come to 51 days of extreme weather events annually. That means storms, floods, heat wave, heat waves, fires, sea level rise, and much more. So this is what is definitely a risk element for cities that we need to get ready for, you know, in terms of building zones, in terms of materials applied, etc. But we will deep dive on that in the presentation. Looking at the second element, people, certainly 55% of the population live right now in cities in the urban setting. And this is projected to even increase to up to 80%. This is a massive number, massive portion of the population living in such concentrated spaces. So definitely something to consider. Now, the last point, which kind of highlights the importance of cities in this whole setting, is the resources that they utilize. So with only 2% of land covered with cities or occupied by cities, they use up to 75% of the planet's material resources. This is a very interesting, very insightful equation that we need to pay attention to. Now, when talking about resilience, you know, we definitely think about the future. And for that, it's important to define what do we mean by resilience? What should be resilient to what? There are several internal, external shocks. Of course, it's the changing climate conditions. It's, you know, the water scarcity, which we already start to feel in many regions of the world. It's the food implications, energy, and all the sectors that are impacted by a lack of these resources. We have, of course, implications on the health of citizens and residents and social stability as well. And last but not least, let's list also market over here because the dynamics are quite interesting. So based on the climate risk and commercial property value assessment from the UN, definitely valuation practices, liquidity, insurability, value erosion of assets. These are the type of things, amongst many other, that investors, developers, and architects, and also urban planners should eventually have a look at and consider in terms of resilience and their implications for their, you know, tenants, utility of the building, etc. So going into how we can achieve this resilience based on different type of projects that we implement, the technologies that we test through our partners, we put together this little structure that can be helpful in terms of assessing the building blocks for a sustainable and, of course, resilient and a smart approach in terms of urban resilience. Now, let's start with the first one. As any other building, you need a solid, very strong foundation to be able to build on that. For us, it's certainly the nature-based design. Now, what I mean by nature-based design, it's you know, coming to a location where you plan or are you know, sitting at and looking at the resources that you have there and also the risks which are connected to that. Very soon, you become in the area or you become connected or are in the area of planning or working with green, blue infrastructure and eventually also impacting biodiversity in the area. So this is something to definitely consider. We hear a lot about heat waves, you know, the increase and occurrence of heat waves, the intensity of heat waves, etc. When we connect it or put it in the context of green infrastructure in cities, we know that the average foliage in the cities is around 15%. Increasing that could mean that we have temperature regulation happening in the cities by natural capacity, by trees or greenery. And this can, on the other hand, have impact and reduce the number of deaths in cities due to heat waves. So there are different studies on this, and it's very interesting to maybe kind of have a look on that and consider that definitely in terms of urban planning too. Next building block would be around materials. So local LCA-based, durable, fit for purpose. So we see all these examples of beautiful wood cities, you know, mass application of timber, mass application of bamboo, and many other new materials, innovative materials that we rediscovered that are nature-based or that are bio-based. The important and key element, which we many times miss, is the mass application, the scale of the application, and really thinking through the loops of, you know, what will happen, what are the ecological implications of farming, growing, applying a certain commodity at mass scale for the region and also in the global context. So this is very interesting to observe amongst many other elements, like resilience, fire resilience, for example, when talking about wood buildings, sourcing, also very interesting topic, etc. So the next building block for urban resilience and consideration for that would be urban metabolism. It's very interesting to understand and important to understand what are the inputs and outputs of a city. Now, this can be extremely helpful, especially when you want to create a certain kind of a circularity scan, like a design, how maybe production sites can exchange, they can use waste products from one production and use it as a production base for the other production, and they are maybe in a close in a close proximity, so they can really leverage that and save emissions, be much more efficient, etc. So this is very important to understand. However, we also need to put it in the context of scale. So this ecological filter that we put on our view, on our projections, this is quite important, and many times it's completely missing. So the next building block is really connected to this one. Sensors can help us tremendously in terms of efficiency, optimization, maintenance, predictions, early warning systems, really mapping out the flows and kind of identifying problems before they actually cause an outage, before it's actually a really full-blown disruption for a city. So this is especially interesting, in the context of having very acute, very fast, immediate responses to natural disasters, or even predictive information and early warning systems where we can kind of, react to wildfires or react to flooding and identify also maintenance issues. So this is again connected to the kind of tip of the mountain or of the structure that we put here together, because shared situational awareness, having relevant infrastructure for communication, for information to be shared fast, to have the infrastructure for shelter, for providing the people that need shelter and protection in a very fast manner. That is quite important to also build a complete package of resilience for an urban setting. Now, this can help us really a lot to facilitate multi-dimensional dynamic discussions and processes to shape this, because we need interdisciplinary knowledge and people from different kind of walks of profession and academic background that can put the context together really to prepare and adapt the urban environment to absorb and recover from external and internal disturbances and reduce the urban vulnerabilities. So what we know for sure, combining these elements could help us to be more resilient. What will not serve us at all, on the other hand, is reductionism. So looking purely at one isolated area and kind of neglecting the other, this is what we see will not work. Of course, if we put it in the ecological context, when we look at the system of Earth, extremely important. Now let's go to the five elements, to the key 5 elements, which we kind of can browse through. Nature-based design, we already mentioned it as, water is the base of life. You should look definitely, where does your water come from and how do you manage that? Now, there are different combinations of green and blue infrastructure, which we have showcased over here. Definitely what we see across projects as multifunctionality. Single use is not good enough. It's not good enough for plastic. It's not good enough for land. And imagine a green roof that recycles gray water, potentially grows food, and includes a solar panel. Many times this is already in testing. And this is already the data and the analysis, the understanding that we need on the solutions and the combinations we can have. Looking at the green and blue infrastructure, I already mentioned it, very important in order to regulate temperature, capture and retain water. Create space for biodiversity to, in return, provide us or continue to provide us with the ecosystem services that we still benefit from, we get for free. Creating green or blue corridors that enable flows of, of animals, or, create this exchange and ability to stay connected. That is very, very important. We have, again, buffer zones over here with a very nice example also from Miami implementation, where mangroves were planted on the beach to just have an impact in terms of storms and also prevent soil erosion, etc. So this is quite helpful. Also, you need to consider some ratios in terms of permeable surfaces versus maybe paved surfaces, and we have a lot of possibilities over there. Now let's move to the next part, which is biodiversity. Biodiversity has been often overlooked in the design and planning of urban habitat and of human urban habitat. Now, once we open up to this systemic connection to the ecological context and the need to cooperate, to live in synergy, in harmony with nature, we will understand that we need to know what are the needs of the species that provide us with the ecosystem services and enable them with the design of the habitat to perform their function in the ecosystem. So this is what we need to consider. It can have a form of this facade, for example, over here, that can be used as a green wall. It can be also used for animals to have birds having nests there, etc. So we just need to be able to design, to factor that in, to plan that in. Looking at the materials, now we have over here this very nice material pyramid from the Danish organization SINARC. What I would like to say over here is definitely we need to see the whole chain of where a material comes from, if it's renewable, local, durable, fit for purpose. And what we also need to bear in mind is the predictions versus the exponential change which we are being exposed to. So when talking about a recent event here in Switzerland, we had a storm that had very unusual intensity. So cranes were collapsing in the middle of the city. There were 5,000 buildings damaged, 90 million euro damage in one night caused. And this was something that was not due to lack of safety or security standard. This was just because the intensity of the storm was higher than predicted for the region. So this is something that we need to be able to respond to best if we are proactive, of course, with building codes. We see a very good example also in Miami, preparing already, new standards or applying new standards, how to have, flood resistance or how to be resistant to flooding in the area. But also we need to endorse experimental buildings, experimental projects. However, share transparently the performance, the risks of applying the technology, and be open to implement the best possible solution. Of course, there is a lot of innovation on the way, so we may be even growing our own building material, like we see over here with a recent project with this mycelium modular building blocks systems that are showed on this image here. Now, the next fourth part of how to build resilience in a city is certainly keeping an eye on the urban metabolism. These are all the flows that are happening within the city. You have a very linear structure over here, mapping out the process of water. It's actually maybe a little bit simplified, but still it kind of captures the idea. It helps us to identify the risks. We should be energy efficient by design. This is a big problem in cities. We have all these skyscrapers. We know that HVAC is very important and will become more important due to just increasing temperatures in the city. We know the heat island effect, and we can prevent this when we design smartly and also not only rely on technology to have the energy to provide for such services, but also design by architecture or work with architecture to create buildings in the first place that are already low in energy demand and can provide the thermal comfort for the building. So there is a lot of examples on practices that may have been ancient. There are now being done in a contemporary way, very interesting, very insightful, and also highly efficient for maybe smaller or not so high buildings. We definitely can work with green infrastructure. I mean, one mature tree has the equivalent of a cooling capacity of 5 HVAC systems due to the kind of systemic approach and the systemic exchange of energy, evaporation, etc. in the area. So this is something that is a very much massive value that natural structures bring, and we need to incorporate them. Looking at local energy production, So this is also a big discussion. Looking at resilience, we can look definitely at locally produced energy, locally produced water, or purified water, locally produced food. You see a nice image of all the different types of vertical gardens or urban gardens that you can have, and all the different benefits that they bring with them. So this is definitely something to consider. First, we should focus on underutilized paved spaces, facades, roofs, etc. And also bear in mind, like you see on this picture, that single use is really not good enough, and we can leverage better efficiency and improve our results in terms of performance when combining the technologies. So green roofs with solar have actually an increased performance, and this is something that we need to learn from. When we talk about cognitive cities, it's the last part which I would like to talk about today, and it's around sensors, big data applications, etc. Now, a cognitive city is proactive and predictive compared to just real-time measurement and monitoring in a smart city. We have massive application across different channels being tested with traffic, with air pollution, with humidity, with water quality already at the University of California campus. So very interesting application. Certainly a lot of saving is possible in terms of efficiency, costs, of course, wise management of resources. But there is also another whole segment that is opening up for environmental monitoring and conservation in terms of measuring, early the conditions for trees, for in the urban environment, for water quality, ecological changes, and many, many more. So this can really help us to kind of adapt, be prepared, take care appropriately of the areas which we need to have functioning to be able to have a certain life quality on Earth in this system. Now, in a cognitive city, there is something very, very important to consider, and that's the continuous interaction between technology and residents. So for this, trust is absolutely crucial. We need to make sure that the people who own the data and the entities that use the data are transparent and kind of take people with them on what is their benefit, how do they add value with applying the data in on the structures, on the processes that are within a city. Looking at the last part, it's basically a very, very good, I would say, bridge in terms of things that we need to consider when we want to move ahead with building resilience in cities, because many times it's a lot of stakeholders that we need to kind of align with, take with us on the journey, and they need to have really true grounded interest that brings value to their activity they have. So there are three things that in generally we need to consider, or three elements, 3 points to consider when building resilience, and that may be also a little bit challenging in time, which is first of all needs. So solutions need to cater the needs of people, empowering them for action and co-creation, so they are interested. Talking about maybe transport problems people experience. So how can we make transport and mobility more ecological, more smart, more resilient, catering the needs, the problems, the values that people have? How can we make it really better for the application they use every day? Second part is regulation or codes. So we have different functions regulation is fulfilling with protection, but also we need to kind of endorse the experimental application and at the same time be transparent to gain trust for the solutions that are suggested. Create stimulating framing conditions that enable such endorsement of this technology, and be able to also communicate the risks and kind of balance them out for the population. Now, the last and not least part would be time and planning. This is what is many times forgotten. So we have simple solutions, low cost, low tech solutions that are ready to implement it right now. They have immediate impact. There are some of such sort of solutions that have a long-term impact. That is also something that we need to start right now, because it's going to just take time to see the results. On the other hand, we have also very large strategic reorganization endeavors, which we also need to start in parallel. So it's this kind of mix of measures that we need to kind of get on the journey to start working on it and start learning as we go, because it's a lot of complexities, a lot of details that is in building resilience and also being prepared for that. So one point that is pretty much connected to this, which I would like to maybe conclude with in the following minutes, is how do we move from linear to systemic? So what you see over here is a metabolism of several living beings. Now, it's quite different, much more complex from what we see in terms of urban metabolism, for example. It's the level of exchanges, interactions, and intersections of all the processes. And this is what we kind of forget about a lot of the times. We don't know what the implication is of using a certain material, using a certain chemical product, not having a certain treatment process in terms of water, for example, and what are the whole implications up to, getting back the loop in terms of extreme weather events. So this is something that we yet need to learn. We need to get it in the understanding of people that are especially responsible for larger structures, that have the responsibility for the population, etc. But also, adding every little piece of education from, of course, children across the age group. So it's quite important to kind of open up for this perspective. Now, what I would like to mention as well over here is we are definitely there to help you out with this. That's our specialty, in the projects that we consult, that we advise or design. This is basically the element that we bring in, especially the systemic correlations and, how to stay resilient, be sustainable, get the innovation that you need to accomplish your goals, and also stay viable. How do you respond to the market? How does the market react to that? So this is something that we can definitely help you out with. You can reach out. You have the contact details in the end of the presentation. So please reach out to me. Regarding the story which I told you in the beginning, it was very simple. Once you drive a car, you have the accident, the car hits the wall or whatever it is that you have the collision with, the car stops. Now, it's slightly different compared to climate change and the changing conditions, because the changing climate is a progressive, dynamic, and exponential event. That means that it's developing until we really take the action to address the root cause of the problems, of the challenges that we have. We will have an increasing number of and intensity of problems. So there is a certain level of adaptation you can do, but in order to build resilience, you need to also embed this ecological context and make it a foundation, a source of how we do, how we plan, how we design things. The good news is we have all the solutions that we need. We have everything we need to solve this and to face the challenges we have. So with this, thank you so much for your time and attention today. I definitely invite you to be and stay connected to nature. And if you would like to reach out.
Hello, I'm very happy to be back with you in this great expo and congress. This time, my focus, according to the theme of the conference, will be educating for sustainability. I will tell you about a great project that we are partners in through our institute, the Israel Smart Cities Institute. Next, please. A little about our institute. We are an NGO, not-for-profit, focused on PPP, public-private partnerships to make cities smarter. As you probably know, it is a big challenge to create such collaborations, for example, between cities and technology providers. So our group of experts is focused on that. In addition, we do research and development projects, R&D projects, funded by the EU. We have been doing them since 1995, when Israel was invited to join the R&D program of the EU. We focus, especially myself, on smart education and sustainability projects, as in my early career, I was an educator myself. Next, please. So, a little about a specific project called Eco STEAM. You can see it's made of eco from ecology and STEAM for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. I would like to emphasize that the A was added to STEM subjects in education only recently, as we understood that in order to prepare our students for their future, we need to add creativity to their skills, and we added the A, so STEM became STEAM. And we are focused in this project on innovative and great engaging practices, learning through doing, to help students prepare themselves for the future needs in society, focused on climate change and sustainability issues. It is co-funded by the European Union within a specific program called Erasmus Plus, and there are 4 countries in this project. Israel is one of them. I'll tell you more about the others next. Next, please. So we have 4 areas of focus for sustainability: water, waste management, energy usage, and transportation. And each focus is led by the partner from another country. In our case, we took responsibility for the focus of developing methodology and material for teachers and students in the area of water. Next, please. We, of course, have schools in EcoSTEAM. In each country, there is at least one school. In Israel, it is a school located in Tel Aviv. The name is Holtz, and its logo is on the left side at the top of the slide. It is a high school, and they are going to experiment with all kind of material that we are going to develop in the project, and they are going to share it with the other students from the other countries who are members in the project. Next, please. We have cities as stakeholders in this project as well, interested in knowledge sharing and knowledge implementation. And in the center, you can see the city of Eilat from Israel. It's the most southern city in Israel, very active in smart cities projects. Next, please. We have more partners. We are the Israel Smart Cities Institute, as I told you. In addition, Cispel from Tuscany in Italy is our coordinator. And in addition, major cities of Europe on the right side at the bottom, they are a partner in our project as well, Actually, ISKI, the Israel Smart Cities Institute, is a member of major cities of Europe, and they are responsible for disseminating the results of our project of EcoSteam. Next, please. Here is a picture from the kickoff meeting in Tel Aviv in the Holtz High School, where we kicked off the pilot from EcoSteam, of course, in the area of water. In order to do that, we collaborate with the national water company in Israel called Mekorot. And what you see in this picture are the teachers from the STEAM subjects, all the subjects of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And at the head of the table, you can see the headmaster of the school, Mrs. Sarit Melamed, and next to her, Yossi Yacobi, who is VP for Engineering and Innovation in Mekorot. So it's going to be a collaboration of our institute and with the school and the National Water Company. The idea is that Mekorot will be the experts on water. They will join the teachers. They will share with the students the challenges, and the students are going to develop all kinds of smart solutions to the challenges presented by Mekorot, by the experts from Mekorot, and these experts are going to become their mentors in their projects. We do that because we believe in project-based learning as a very good way in education, learning through doing. More about it in the next slide. What is PBL, project-based learning? Emphasizes hands-on, inquiry-based project, sometimes called IBL, inquiry-based learning. The project-based learning allows students to explore complex problems, work collaboratively, and apply critical thinking skills while creating tangible outcomes. So the idea is that through one semester, the students are going to work with their teachers and with the experts from Mekorot to learn what the needs are, and then to choose what need they would like to focus on, and to develop innovative technology-based solutions to these problems. The problems are going to be identified within the challenges presented by the water company. And here they are. There are challenges in water sources, in water treatment and desalination, in water supply, in wastewater and effluent treatment, in digital water using digital technology. So all of these will be presented by the experts of Mekorot and mentored by them. The students will be mentored by them while they learn through doing in what I mentioned already, PBL, project-based learning. Next, please. They are going to share their findings and the material that will be developed in the library of EcoSteam. EcoSteam project has a library, and each partner will contribute, is already contributing material to the library. And we invite all of you to contribute to sustainability by adding your links to books, games, online resources, and presentations for school, because our vision is that EcoSteam will become a one-stop shop for educators and students focused on high school education in the area of sustainability. We believe that students can learn what the challenges are and can understand how they contribute to make the world more sustainable. Next, please. In addition, we invite you to join a delegation to come to Israel to our annual conference, the ISKI conference, where EcoSteam will be presented among many other projects, and where if you join the delegation, you will be able to see much more of our solutions to the challenges of the climate change, which we are all facing already all over the world. Next, please. So I would like to thank all of you for listening. I would like to thank Eitan for helping me prepare this presentation and joining me here. And if you have any more ideas regarding all kinds of potential projects in the area of sustainability for sustainable cities, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Our group of experts in the Israel Smart Cities Institute, which, as I said, is a non-for-profit and NGO, is looking forward to collaborate with all of you to make a better world through better cities, one by one. Thank you very much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Craig Rothleitner, and I'm the Director of RE Water Solutions based in Perth in Western Australia. And I'm here today to talk about stormwater and the fact the ocean is dying. But first, I would like to thank the Smart City Expo Miami team, and in particular Bernardo, for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you very much, Bernardo, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. Okay, so why are our waterways toxic and why is the ocean dying? The simple answer is stormwater, agricultural and wastewater discharges into the ocean. So let's start with stormwater. Stormwater is the largest underground, most expensive to replace and most critical of all infrastructures, because without it, we can't remove rainfall from the urban environment, which means flooding which would occur, which means we can't settle the land. So critical infrastructure. The amazing thing is it's about 200 years old, and every drain that's ever been fitted around the world is open to everything the wind, rain, gravity and humans deposit in those drains. So it's now the major cause of urban waterway contamination, and it's one of the big three for why the ocean is dying. Agricultural runoff, there's no solution globally. So that means major source, phosphorus, nitrogen, sediments, chemicals into our waterways and ocean. Wastewater, even worse. human effluent, chemicals, industrial waste, major source of microplastic from washing machines. We are still in 2023 not treating over 80% of all wastewater discharges into the ocean. You combine these three, we have the cause for the toxification, acidification, and deoxygenation of the ocean, our major source of oxygen. Okay, so let's start with rainfall. Sorry if I'm flying through this, I've only got 15 minutes. First of all, rainfall in the urban environment is not utilised. We have a bit of infiltration. There are some technologies that are starting to capture, but in the big scheme of things, we don't use rainfall as a water source. And that's crazy when you look at the amount of water washing down drains. So if you've got 700 millimetres of rain like we do in Perth every year, that equates to 700 litres per square metre washing down the drain, contaminating everything it touches. Now, this is what adds to this issue. I open a lot of drains, so I talk to a lot of people in the street, and most people think that vegetative waste comes from trees. That means it's healthy for the waterways. In fact, it's the exact opposite. This vegetation that collects in the gutters, blown by the wind, falls into the drains, and as the drains collect this vegetative waste and there's moisture present, within 3 days, the anaerobic breakdown of this vegetation occurs exactly the same as in your mulch pit in your garden. Now, let's just say we've got a water body with 100, 300, 500 drains connected to one outfall. That means you've got 100, 300 or 500 mulch pits that are producing enormous nutrient loads, hydrocarbons, heavy metals, tire, rubber, plastic, cigarette butts, you name it, discharged, all connected to one outfall. And every time it rains, this is why our waterways are now toxic. But when you talk about the waste, you need to see what's happening in the infrastructure. So I've opened to over 16,000 drains around the world, and this is what I see. This is infrastructure built for water, not for vegetative waste, not for rubbish, not for plastics, not for sediment, just water. And it's become an all for all in. The middle picture down the bottom shows very clearly where we're suffering from flash flooding. So this waste builds up in the system, actually attaches itself to the interconnecting pipe over time. And prior to climate change really clicking in, rainfall was reasonably steady. Now it's hard, sharp, lots of water going down the drains, hitting these blockages. There's your major cause of flash flooding. The only other cause of flash flooding is if the infrastructure is broken in some way. Now, all of that dirty water, all that vegetative waste is actually providing the ideal living, feeding and breeding conditions for mosquitoes. And we see this in drains everywhere. Now, first of all, look at the quality of the water, and we wonder why our waterways are toxic. This is a major public health threat. We have dengue traveling around the world, Japanese encephalitis, Murray River encephalitis, Ross River virus, just to mention a few. These are all horrible mosquito-borne diseases. And mosquitoes don't care where they live. That's why I took this video, to show the politicians that mosquitoes will live next to you. The next one, another big shock, it's been just shock after shock after shock during this 15-year journey, is every drain that I open, we find plastic. The closer you are to the city, shopping centres, any airports, this is what you're going to find in the drains, because humans are dirty. They want to throw rubbish away. And this is the result of it. All carried out of sight, out of mind to outfalls. So you go and do a beach cleanup, Australian beaches, Australian plastic, US beaches, US plastic, Indonesian beaches, Indonesian plastic. This is the common misconception, that plastic is just travelling all around the world. It's not. It's coming from each individual country. Now, this is governments do not put up signs saying you cannot interact with the waterways they're responsible for unless there's a very good reason. And the reason quite simply is don't swim, don't eat the fish, don't eat the shellfish, don't interact because it's toxic and they know it. And these warnings for quite a considerable period of time have been ignored by a lot of people, and it's made a lot of people sick and then worse. So cyanobacteria is the second element on Earth. It's in all water, but it doesn't affect the water until the water becomes contaminated, and then it needs a food source. So the mulch pits from the stormwater drains are providing hyper nutrient loads that are now feeding cyanobacterial blooms. And when you see these cyanobacterial blooms anywhere, get away from them, because science is now linking exposure to these with Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, and MND in humans. Not only that, but a paper was released a year and a half ago that stated they found the particulates of the cyanobacteria alive in the air up to 10 miles away. So it's not just living next to it, it's actually living close to it. And they are finding Parkinson's, dementia clusters around the world now from people living next to these water bodies. Massive health threat for the future. This is what they look like. So we had to have full breathing apparatus on for this video. The water was completely dead of marine life. The bubbles you're seeing are us stirring up the bottom, which is the collected vegetation that's sitting rotting in the lake, and that's methane that's being released. This particular lake, we know they've been pulling about 200 dead birds out of every 6 months, and it's because the cyanobacteria is a neurotoxin, and the birds are dying like they're having a stroke. It's horrific to watch. Now, how do we fix this? Well, we fix this by capturing the waste and filtering the water at the only openings into this infrastructure, the drain. How we do it? First of all, we had to invent the first leap forward in high flow to find particle capture filtration in probably 5 or 6 generations. And that material we call RE material. Through a joint industry PhD at Curtin University, a top 1% global university, we proved that 1 square metre of the material will process just over 3,000 litres per minute per square metre, filtering the water to 63 micron, which is about 1/8 the size of a grain of sand. We then had to design the devices to meet all the hydraulic requirements, whilst being a drop-in lift-out device, because municipalities don't want you drilling into their infrastructure. So that took us a number of years, because there are so many different drain designs. Then you have services, tree roots, workers that want to go home on a Wednesday or Friday afternoon early to have a beer. So let's just throw it in there, mate, that'll do. And this is what we come across when we make these devices. In terms of waste loads, a standard side entry pit device that you're seeing here will hold 140 kilos of sand. We left this one in the ground for 3 months just to see what happened, how much waste will this thing collect. There's 112 kilos of what is currently killing our waterways. Now we can collect it, keep it in that form, and all of a sudden we can use this for waste to energy, for example, for methane production in wastewater treatment plants. Construction waste is a major polluter of new and existing infrastructure. So we've been taken on by Multiplex, which is a Canadian-based global construction company. We go into the drains on their sites, and as we roll out around the world, we get each different district or each different state. And this particular device is for Built, which is a national construction company that they're using our product also to remediate construction waste. This is a very big step in the right direction from these 2 companies. And now we're talking to other large companies. And if you have anybody that wants to talk to us about this, our details are available at the end of the video. Now, this is a side entry pit stormwater filtration device working in a drain. We had to build the drain outside of the workshop to be able to film it inside. And what you're going to see here is the device. That's the water coming out of the device. And the picture difference is that everything you see in that basket would normally be on the pit floor. Now it's captured here. So what I'm showing you here is, and I'll just go back a tad. All right, we'll just go there. So this here is called flashing. It's your roof flashing. And the reason we have this is because all the drains can be so offset, we have to find some way of making sure everything enters the device. So we use that. It's cost effective, and I've got some of the same bits on drains for 8 years. No problem. This sheet here is called a diffuser, because if you have a very high flow drain, what you don't want is the device filling up and then it rains, the water falls in, stirs it all up, pushes it over the sides. So this is called a diffuser that I've patented that actually takes the energy out of the water so that the basket can then still collect the waste, and that works very effectively. The entire construction of the device is made from 316 marine grade stainless steel. So the idea is that the device sits in the drain for 30 years, the consumables being the servicing, the replacement inserts, and if you want to polish the water of hydrocarbons and heavy metals, we have a product that we combine with the device to achieve that. Okay. Getting close to wrapping up now. What are the legal implications? Well, government being responsible for the infrastructure in our water environments, now that cyanobacterial toxic or harmful algal blooms are taking over our waterways, and you start talking about people who are dying from Parkinson's, dementia, Alzheimer's. I lost my mother to Parkinson's and dementia, and I can assure you, you do not want to die like this. It can be anywhere from 5 to 10 years. It can be a year to 10 years to take for you to die. And so who's going to pay for all this healthcare from all of these people that are being exposed, and the government know they're being exposed? Second one is, who's going to pay for all the care for the people that get dengue and these horrific mosquito-borne diseases? Government. And the last one, we met with a couple of major global insurers, and they had no idea that councils or municipalities are not proactively managing the infrastructure. So sooner or later, municipalities making insurance claims for flash flooding, the insurers will check to see if you've been maintaining the infrastructure. That's just the way insurance is going because of the risk with climate change. Most importantly, the World Economic Forum have now made water underpin all the other 16 SDGs. This is critical moving forward because we have then backing at that level to start changing how we act. I see the technology achieving 3 major goals. Number 1, clean up our waterways and the ocean. Number 2, we can bring water-sensitive urban design, living streams, sustainable drainage systems into the urban environment successfully, because currently when they're connected to stormwater infrastructure, after about 12 months, they've failed. And it's an ongoing cost to government. The next step, once we've cleaned all that up, is to tap into the bigger systems for managed aquifer recharge. Let's use the ground as a bank. We pump water in, we take water out. Currently around the world, we've been using it as a withdrawal system only, and this is why we've now got subsidence at in a lot of cities around the world, and groundwater systems that are running out of water. I'm going to finish on this. And this is the hard fact. We now know that between 55 and 85% of oxygen on Earth is produced by the ocean. Today, over 30% of the ocean is dead, not producing oxygen or food. The ocean is also a 26% carbon sink. So with 30% of it's dead, it's now playing into the climate change situation we're all facing. Really scarily, we've only got 10 years to drastically cut stormwater, agriculture and wastewater, or we are facing a human extinction event within the next 40 years from lack of oxygen. Now is the time to act. Thank you. Any questions that you may have? This picture just represents the fact that this is the Brisbane River and it's green. And nobody's talking about it. Well, now we're talking about it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. My email address is at the bottom. If you have any questions, please pass them through. We're here to help. And have a lovely day. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the Smart City Expo Miami. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Yuri Benari, and I'm a smart city consultant, and I've been doing it for the last 10 years, mostly in Israel. And I would like to share with you my thoughts about a smart city becoming a cognitive city. And I would like to share with you my presentation. So it will be 1 second, and I'll open it up. Okay. So we will talk today about how smart city becoming a cognitive city, which is the next step of smart cities. I would like to thank Smart City Expo for inviting me, and thank you very much. So I've been doing it for the last 10 years, mostly in Israel, and I coached about 8 top cities in Israel, which became the leading cities in Israel. And there was a survey done by IDC at the time at 2018, and they ranked the cities, the smart cities in Israel. And those who are circled with green, you could see Eilat, Jerusalem, Ashdod, Haifa, Lod, and Netanya. I coached the mayors there and the management to become a smart city, and I'm very proud about that. And I also wrote some articles in smart city magazines during the years, mostly about the role of the mayor in becoming a smart city, but also about the role of the CIO in the city, which is very, very important. When we speak about smart cities, we have to take into consideration why is it important for the average citizen? So we think that the most important issue is the improvement in quality of life of the citizens. And the major goals are to make the cities more livable, more sustainable, more robust and resilient, and more innovative cities, so we can increase employability, resilience, sustainability, and livability of the cities. And when we look at the last decade in Israel, we started in 2012, mostly in Eilat and few other cities, but we took it, the first strategic program was in Eilat in 2012. Then in 2014, Tel Aviv city won the contest of the smartest city in the world in the Barcelona Expo for smart cities. And later on, other cities joined this direction and became smart cities in Israel. And we are very happy about that. The government joined, the cities, organizations joined too, and I think we could be very proud today about the status of smart cities in Israel. When we speak about smart city characteristics, we have to take into consideration that, first of all, the citizen is in the center, and there must be a process of knowledge-based decision-making. We have to think about sustainability, about innovation and entrepreneurship, and about cooperation between the management of the city and the citizens, and about the resilience of the city. When we think today about the changes that are going with the evolution of smart cities, we are moving from a smart city to cognitive city. And I think we can see it along the time, in the times of becoming smart cities. We started in 2012 or 2013, I think, all over the world, mostly with new technologies like LED lighting, sensors, cameras, waste management, IT systems, cameras for security and traffic mobility, and also Wi-Fi. I think this was the first stage in most of the cities around the world, also in Israel at the time, but mostly I think in most of the cities around the world, we could see this development as the first stage, which was Smart City 1.0. Later on, we moved forward to take care about infrastructures, about transportation and mobility, which is one of the most critical issues in smart cities, energy, saving an energy and developing new sources of energy, education, economy, and innovation was very important in order to increase the employability of the people in the city. We talked about security and health. And in all of these sectors, we tried to show innovation in the local governments in the cities. Later on, I would say during also the Corona time, it became more getting concentrated in the citizens in the center, and also try to improve the quality of life. Of course, it was before thinking about improving of quality of life, but now it's becoming more of a goal and understanding that the goal is not the technology, but the goal is the quality of life, and the technology is only the enabler for that. We also look at this stage about sustainability, and in some cases, we have seen starting thinking about the happiness of the citizens. I think that Dubai was the first to declare that they want happiness of its citizens and to become the happiest city in the world. And this is becoming a good issue. And now when we talk about citizens, the next stage is more participation of citizens in decision makers is becoming more and more common. We talk about resilience of the city, about the sustainability, and also improving the innovation and entrepreneurship. We see more and more cities going into these high-tech scenes, hubs, and developing new startups in order to increase the employability and the economy of the city. And now, this year, I think a few years ago, we start thinking or knowing about knowledge-based cognitive city, where we can take all the data and turn it into action and into prediction. And I think we can see that coming up. There is a leader. I'll speak about it in a minute. But first of all, we have to understand what is cognition. Actually, cognition is the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses, and then take action. So I think the first cognitive city, which is in planning stages and implementation stage, is NEOM. NEOM is a city in Saudi Arabia, just not so far from Israel. I think it's becoming the world's first cognitive city, and we can speak about it. It's quite large. It's 26,500 square kilometers in size. They took the best minds from 38 countries in order to develop this new system that is built on prediction. They are trying to predict the needs of the people and bring it to them on time and even before they think about it. And the goal is to save time for these citizens and improve the quality of life. There are $500 billion investment in this project. and one of the largest, or maybe the largest in the world. And it will be powered by 100% renewable energy. And also, they are going to house the world's largest skyscraper and the first cognitive community. And I can speak a little about that in the next slide. They are going to build the world's first zero gravity, zero carbon vertical city. This vertical city will be 200 meters wide and extending over 170 kilometers. It will be a vertical layered buildings that will house 9 million residents by 2045. Just imagine that. Residents will have access to all of the facilities within 5 minutes walk, not 15 minutes walk like today in certain cities. The first city to be powered by renewable energy totally, and a high-speed train with 20 minutes end-to-end transit. And if you want to see a photo of this future line, they call it, this vertical building, this is one of the examples. I do not have much time to show you all the details, but you can imagine that. And when we speak about the IT or the technologies in this cognitive city, it will be based on energy efficient, secure, and hyperscale data centers, secure 5G, high-speed fiber, and satellite connectivity. They will use immersive and mixed reality, metaverse, and digital twin technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and advanced robotics, and powerful data discovery and sharing platforms among the various parts of this city. And we think it's one of the most advanced systems. The company or the organization that is actually a subsidiary of NEOM is Tonomus, which is run by Joseph Bradley, the CEO of it. And probably they took the best minds in the world to operate it or to plan it and to implement it. And we look forward to really look at what's happening in the next few years. Speaking about that, we can also look at the what is going on in government systems today when we speak about utilizing artificial intelligence. Mostly we can see it in the medical field, like promotion of public medicine, prevention, and management of epidemics. We have seen some of it coming up during the corona times. In addition to that, we can have the tools for sharing and efficiency and sharing workspaces in cities, monitoring of IT infrastructure, and environmental monitoring. We talk about air quality, water, and weather. In the beginning of the smart cities, we had the monitors coming to the screen, but now AI can analyze and act and predict and act while utilizing artificial intelligence in these operations. We also see it in management of digital content, documents, and workflow emergency centers, which are utilizing this artificial intelligence. And of course, in management of buildings and institutions in the safety area, security, and public surveillance. We can see it mostly with the cameras that analyze the movements around the buildings. So this is going to be a big part of the smart city and the cognitive city, and artificial intelligence is going to be a huge part of that. Going to another issue that I raised many years ago and still do, I think that the role of the CIO in the organization is very, very important and becoming even more as we go with cyber security artificial intelligence, and of course the development of smart city, we think that the most important role in every organization today is the CIO role, but especially in cities. In our country, there are maybe less than 50% of the cities have a CIO position, and I think this is has to be changed. I believe it is in many other cities. I think that the managers these managers must go undergo training in strategic management. We have to develop the CIO to become CEOs, because this could be the next step in the future of management, and especially in cities where they used to consider the person who is responsible for the technology to connect computers to be, I would say, a low side of the technology. Today, cities cannot afford it. They have to have the best people as CIOs. The best minds must go with the city, because technology is going to change the face of the cities, especially when we get artificial intelligence and we get into more deeply into the metaverse and the digital twins. We would need the best CIOs on our end in the cities. And I suggest that the people here will consider it and look at it as one of the next trends in cities, as it's happening, actually have been happening in the last 10 years. In the largest companies, CIOs became the leaders in every organization. No CEO would move without a CIO next to him in a serious companies. And we must raise the rank of CIOs to a deputy mayor and to become a very important role in the organization. And there are some articles about it in Forbes and other places, but I would leave it to you. You see what NEOM did. They took the best people to lead this revolution, I would say, to become from a smart city to cognitive city that can really help and improve the quality of life of the people in the city. I would like to say thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me to talk to you, and I hope you enjoy. And I look forward to hearing from you. You can see my email and my telephone number, and I look forward to meeting with you or to hearing from you. And I wish you enjoy the next of the conference, and good night to you. Bye-bye.